City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. It is 6:05. Public comments. Public comment are limited to items on this special agenda meeting only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.3B. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And again, it is items only on the agenda. Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Aranda.
Let us begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Here.
Councilmember Frios, Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here. Thank you. Big agenda today. If the council will indulge me, I would like to move public hearing E, the adoption of the 2025 San Benito Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan, to the top of the list. Is that okay?
I'm okay with it. Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Okay, first things last. Yes.
may we take a moment of silence for a young victim in our community that succumbed last week?
Who's it for?
A young member of our community that was, whose life was taken.
Sure. We have a name?
There is no name. He's known as Scott Doe in public records.
Thank you. Thank you. Public hearings. Item E, which is now A, adoption of the 2025 San Benito Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Dana Jacobson, welcome.
Thank you.
I can hear you. Sounds like you're on. Yeah. Oh.
No battery in it.
No battery.
Okay. All right.
Are you lit?
Yes.
Thank you.
I
can
think
hear
things
you.
are good. Yeah, sounds good.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, good evening, council members and members of the public. It's really nice to be here again. It's been a short time since I've been here. This time, I'm not asking you for tons of money or long-term commitments, nothing of that nature. This item is quite a bit less consequential, but nonetheless, it is quite important. So what I'm asking you to approve is a resolution that adopts the 2025 update to the San Benito Urban Water Management Plan. And so this is a document that's required pursuant to the Urban Water Management Planning Act, which was passed in 1983. And the purpose of that act is to ensure that local municipalities of a certain size are planning for their future with respect to their water supplies and their water demands. Individually, San Juan Bautista would not meet the requirement to develop an urban water management plan, but collectively, now that you're coming into the family, you fall under that umbrella. And so that's why we're here to have you adopt this resolution tonight. That being said, your water supply and demands have always been included in the water district's calculations when we've done previous urban water management plans. You'll notice also that the title for this is the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. That does not mean that we are late. The Department of Water Resources was late in issuing its guidance, which it does every 5 years when these are due. And so the report is due at the beginning of July of this year. So pending approval by this council and the city of Hollister, Sunny Slope County Water District, and my water district, we will submit this plan to the state next month. Okay, next slide, please. So ultimately, the Urban Water Management Plan is a compliance document. Yeah, okay, great. So this is something that we have to do. If we do not do it, we may not be eligible. And I mean we, all of us collectively, eligible for state grant and loan funding. So that's the stick that the state has here. So it's important that we do this well. The work was done collectively through the Water Resource Association of San Benito County, which is a partnership between the Water District, City of San Juan Bautista, City of Hollister, and the Sunny Slope County Water District. Mayor Jordan has been your representative for many years on that association. So thank you for your service there. And that, allows us to be the most efficient that we can in getting this done. And so your share of this is quite small compared to the overall thing. And through that association, you have access to all the water conservation programs and this planning effort as well. I should mention that the report was developed by Todd Groundwater, our consultant here, which was under contract with the water district. And they do a lot of our planning specifically related to Sigma compliance and groundwater management. Next slide, please. Again, I'll be brief here tonight because I know you got a lot on the agenda, but the format of the urban plan is very prescriptive. The state tells us how to write it and what to write in there, but then we have to include our respective unique circumstances in there and use our own data. But the report itself contains typical elements of a planning document that you've seen, but the focus is on water supply, projected water demands, water conservation efforts, how we reduce the drought risk, and what we do in the event that a drought occurs. Next slide, please. So I already mentioned that this is a collaborative effort and that you're being brought in as a full partner. There are different requirements for wholesale agencies such as the water district and retail agencies such as the city. This report checks all the boxes for all of us. And so that makes it more efficient for each of us. There's a couple new things. Every 5 years they ask for something new. In this case, the water demands have been reported by each agency individually and then aggregated, whereas before we just were able to aggregate the data. And so it's a little bit more specific to each agency. Now, for estimating future water demands, what we've done is that we've relied on the projections from the district's 2023 Water and Wastewater Master Plan, which was also done collectively, I should say. What we did find was that water demands have not been increasing as fast as we anticipated, which is a good thing. That means that, our investments for water supply projects can be delayed because we're getting by longer with what we have, which is really good news. Most of the areas are already reaching their water supply targets. San Juan Bautista, because of their size, is not required to have a target under Senate Bill 7-7. But the other municipalities are meeting their targets under that law, which was passed in 2009. And as far as the water demand projections, we will update them next time we do the water and wastewater master plan. I think Mr. Ponce was pointing out that the growth rate for the San Juan Bautista was a little bit higher than your general plan predicts. So at the time we did the master plan, we did not have your approved housing element. So we just relied on an overall projection for the entire urban area of the county. And so that's something that we'll have to update the next time around. Next slide, please. So the heart of the document really is an analysis between how much water we have and how much we think we're going to need in the future, and an analysis of where we are at with both of those things under drought conditions. And so the good news here is that we're doing good. You know, we have enough water supply. The problem has always been the water quality. You know, the imported water is variable, but we do have quite a bit of reserves in the groundwater supply. And so when things get tough, we can rely on the stored groundwater. But of course, there's a trade-off there with respect to water quality. And that, of course, impacts the wastewater treatment as well, and compliance on that side of things, which you all are intimately aware of. So the imported water, of course, as you know, is not yet coming to San Juan Bautista, but we are hoping that it's coming quite soon, and we're working with city staff and your consultants to make that happen. So we're really excited about that. The imported water is variable. And so we do have the ability to store it here locally in San Justo Reservoir, and some storage can occur in San Luis Reservoir. But to the extent that we don't have that, we can rely on the groundwater in that case. There also is a limited amount of recycled water that's produced at the city's water reclamation plant. On the urban side of things, that's only used at Brigantino Park, and I don't expect it to be expanded. It's not available to San Juan Bautista. We could. It would be probably exorbitantly expensive and not worth the time, but you know, it's an option that's out there. And of course, we do deliver recycled water to agricultural customers as well, but that's not considered because this is the urban water management plan, and the agricultural water management plan is another state law that we must comply with, but you do not have to. Next slide, please. I believe this is the chart. Let me make sure before we get there. It's not going. That's okay. Okay, well, there is a chart that'll be up shortly that shows the water use by customer type. So, you know, single family residential obviously dominates the water use in most of the urban area. And that's the same for City of Hollister and for Sunny Slope as well, followed by some commercial use, industrial use, and then some landscape irrigation as well. What we saw was that there was a marked decrease in water use after the passage of SB 7-7, which is the 20 by 2020 legislation that you may have heard of. The goal there, the state had, was to reduce water use by 20% by 2020. We saw an immediate decrease at that time. It also coincided with a pretty significant drought. And so the combination of the law and the drought, we saw a huge decrease, and we never got back to where we were before. So that's really good news. The conservation programs are working. We're using less water on the urban side than we did 10, 20, or even 30 years ago, which is amazing. So your residents deserve a pat on the back, and the council does too, for promoting conservation through the Water Resources Association. Next slide, please. Next one again. Okay, so the Urban Water Management Plan has always included what's called a water shortage contingency plan. This year, the Department of Water Resources is wanting it called out separately. That's why it's part of the proposed action here tonight. The water shortage contingency plan are the steps that we take when we get into a drought. And each stage of the plan gets successively more stringent on what we should do with respect to our customers to help them reduce water use during a drought. I don't ever expect that we will be in the worst stages just as a result of these healthy groundwater supply that we have. But again, you know, we will certainly always see reductions in the availability of imported water. Of course, the Accelerated Drought Response Project is an effort to mitigate those variations, and those use of those facilities have been included in this report. There's quite a lot of detail on the water shortage contingency plan in the document, but it's really probably not worth it to go through at this time. Next slide, please. So as far as where we're at, again, we're in really good shape. Water supplies are healthy. We continue to manage for water quality. So moving forward, you know, we're going to continue to rely on that imported water. blend with groundwater as necessary to meet the water quality goals. Of course, our priority is always to meet public health and healthy safety demands during droughts and to continue promoting our water conservation programs. Next slide, please. Let's go to the last slide, I think. Yeah, this the next steps here. So those are all the agencies that are participating and the dates that they will be taking action. The city of Hollister approved the urban plan last night. Next week, Sunny Slope and the San Benito County Water District will also be doing the same, I hope. After we get your approvals, we will then submit the plan to the state for ultimate approval. It's very unlikely that they would have comments or suggestions or request changes. In the event that they do, we will work with them to amend the plan as necessary. And I don't suspect that would require another action by this body. But if we're in that situation, then of course I will bring it back to you. And that's it. Happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the document.
Yeah.
Okay, questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda,
No questions or comments. Thank you for the presentation.
thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Where exactly would we find the details of the plan? You said that you didn't want to go over the details right now. Where could the public or myself find that? Is there a big
Oh,
document?
they are, yes, it's online in your board packet. The
Okay,
information in the entire plan and its appendices are there.
okay. I
Yep.
think it's like over 200 pages.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, we got it yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
okay.
Anyway, so I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I attended a Gilroy City Council meeting last night and they had the same action item on their agenda. They're faced with a serious issue right now where a data center is in their backyard, in their neighborhood. So what I understand is that this does not take into consideration the water usage by a data center. And our governor vetoed a bill, I think it was maybe timeline, maybe last year, that vetoed a bill that would require more investigation and review of data center usage. So at anywhere in time and point in the future, obviously not now, before the 5 years is up, I'm hoping, is there going to be some sort of research on water usage by these proposed data centers and how that would affect our community or communities?
Yeah, that's an amazing question.
It's a lot,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, yeah, that's not actually something that I had considered, but I think that we absolutely should. What I would say about that is that the imported water is spoken for, it's yours. And so they would have to rely on the groundwater, which of course then could put us in a situation of overdraft. My sense is that if they were using the water to cool the data center, they would then recharge it back into the aquifer, but I don't know whether that would be the case or not. If that's the case, there would be not a whole lot of net difference to the water supply. But if they were just kind of dumping it in the creek and discharging it, then of course there would be. I'm not really sure how that might work, to be honest with you.
My push and my question is whether or not this body, this mandated move will be looked at in more detail before 5 years, because this is something that obviously wasn't on the radar in this area for San Benito County or us or Hollister, as there is, to my knowledge, no proposed data centers at this point that we're aware of.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the short answer is I don't know. We could certainly make the suggestion. I know that the Todd Groundwater representatives that have made this firm participate on many committees through the Association of California Water Agencies and others that could make the suggestion to include that consideration as part of the next urban plan update. That's one avenue to address that for sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions, thank you.
I just had one question. When reporting total usage, You talked about individual and aggregate. Individual uses from the soon-to-be project that we'll have, or individual from our existing wells now? Is that included in this report?
It is.
Okay,
Both the use by the wells and the use by your customers. It's reported by the customer class, I believe.
okay, understood. And we report as part of this urban water management plan, and we report individually to the state our extractions. No, we're just reporting our extractions to San Bernardino County Water District.
Well, there also is a annual water supply and demand assessment in which your groundwater use would be reported to the state. And Todd Groundwater is doing that on your behalf as well.
Okay,
But I don't know if there's another venue or area where you need to report that or
Okay.
not, but we certainly take it into account and you report it to us as well.
okay, thank you very much for that.
Yep,
I would like to now open, if you can
sure.
relinquish the podium for a moment. Open up the public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, one, Madam Mayor, Michael Ponce.
Thank you. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Mike Ponce. I just want to thank Mr. Jacobson for mentioning that growth rate here for San Juan. As he stated in his report, it is different from what we have. His report states that San Juan has a 3.5% growth rate increase, and it is under my understanding that we adjusted that to 1.9. I have a copy of a San Juan Bautista Urban Growth Boundary and Sphere of Influence Committee meeting on February 27th of 2024 that states that we would be working with the sixth cycle housing element and anticipated 1.9% population growth rate over the life of the 2035 general plan. I know his plan goes through 45, but this is the first 10 years. We're at 1.9. So he assured us that he's going to look into that. So I trust you. And as he was talking, I know you showed the document that's sitting back here. It's about that thick and very interesting reading. I tried to read as much of it as I can. But as he was talking, I was thinking when he was talking about during drought years, we've been affected many years with droughts, and we probably have more droughts to come. I was thinking during a drought year, our water is obviously reduced from the Central Valley Water Project, which is our main source of water to blend in the county for our well water. I was thinking that maybe collectively, San Diego County and other counties in the state can work together, requesting the state that they relax the sewer permit limits in drought years, since most of our water that helps us meet our sewer limits is from the Central Valley Water Project that comes in and we use for blending. So when we get reduced water, we don't have enough to blend. So those limits are going to go, we're not going to be able to meet our limits. What I'm trying to say is we're not going to be able to meet our limits unless we get that blended water in. So maybe we can work together collectively to try to see if we can reach out to the state and get those limits relaxed during drought years. Just an idea that I had in my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No other speaker cards received, and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Back to the council. I'm closing the public hearing. Back to the council. Questions, comments, concerns? Councilmember Aranda?
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No further questions. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
No further questions or comments. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was an easy one. Thank you. We appreciate the work on this project. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah. can you hang on one second? We are now charged with approving a resolution adopting the 2025 San Benito Urban Water Management and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Morris Lopez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that little nod. Thank you. Now back to first things first. Public hearing for Valley Vista Landscape and Lightning Maintenance Assessment District number 1 for fiscal year 2026-2027. We are receiving a report from our engineer, Jerry Sanguinetti. Jerry, welcome. Mr. Sanguinetti.
Good evening. And thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to share my screen. Am I sharing?
You are, thank you.
Okay. Just 1 sec. Okay. Oh, no, I'm not. Can you see my presentation?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Up for your consideration this evening is the annual levy of assessments and special taxes for the Valley Vista Landscape and Lighting District, along with the Community Facilities District number 2018-01, which includes both the Copperleaf and Rancho Vista tax zones. As part of this annual process, staff has reviewed the engineer's report and district financials to ensure adequate funding is available to maintain district improvements, preserve service levels, and support the long-term financial health of each district. During this presentation, I'll briefly review the proposed rates, summarize the financial condition of each district, and conclude with staff's recommendation. As you'll see, the proposed fiscal year 26-27 rates reflect the allowable 3.8% consumer price index adjustment based on the April 2026 San Francisco area CPI. The proposed annual rates pencil out to approximately $1,174 for Valley Vista, $731 for Copperleaf, and $872 for Rancho Vista, and each rate remains below the applicable authorized maximum. In practical terms, these changes equate to a modest monthly increase of approximately $3.58 for Valley Vista, $2.25 for Copperleaf, and $2.67 for Rancho Vista. The purpose of the CPI adjustment is to keep pace with the inflationary pressures on maintenance contracts, utilities, materials, and other operating costs, while avoiding larger and less predictable increases in future years. Slide 3 summarizes the projected fund balance position for each district. Valley Vista is projected to begin the fiscal year with approximately $20,411 in reserve, contribute approximately $10,865 to those reserves, and end with a balance of approximately $31,276. Copperleaf is projected to begin with approximately $29,216, contribute approximately $6,241 to those reserves, and end with a balance of approximately $35,457. And Rancho Vista begins with a very limited balance of approximately $140, but the proposal levy includes a reserve contribution of approximately $29,354, resulting in an estimated ending balance of approximately $29,494. The key takeaway here on this slide is that the proposed levies maintain current service levels while improving reserve positions and supporting long-term financial sustainability. And based on that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the fiscal year 2026-27 engineers report, confirm annual assessments and special taxes, and authorize the placement of the county tax roll. The recommended increases reflect the allowable 3.8% CPI adjustment and result in relatively modest impacts to property owners. Accordingly, staff recommends this adoption. for these improvements and special taxes and authorized placement on the county tax roll, as I stated previously. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council member questions. Councilmember Aranda.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you very much.
I don't either. Thank you. I would like to now open it up to public hearing.
Madam Mayor, if we can, Mr. Sanguinetti's presentation was for item A and B, but we need to take a public comment on item A first.
Correct.
And then
Thank you.
do the vote afterwards.
Thank you for that clarification. Do we have any public comment on item A, the Valley Vista Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District number 1?
No speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Closing public hearing. Back to the council. Councilmember Aranda.
No questions or comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions.
Thank you. I have none either. May I have a motion to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the report prepared in connection with the fiscal year 26-27 levy of assessments in connection with Valley Vista Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District number 1?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda.
I'm going to state here, out of the abundance of transparency, I would like to make a disclosure for the record. I reside within the community that is affected by this matter. I do not have a financial interest with this item, nor do I stand to receive any financial or any material financial benefit that would require a recusal under the applicable FPPC regulations. Just FYI.
Thank you. And your vote?
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Councilmember Aranda, for that disclosure, and my vote is yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can, there's another portion to that motion, which is approval confirming a diagram and assessment with connection with the fiscal year 26-27 levy and assessment. So there's a second part to that.
Do we take those individually?
So it should have been all in one motion.
Sorry, amended a motion to include the resolution confirming a diagram and assessment in connection with the fiscal year 26-27 levy of assessments in connection with the Valley Vista Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District.
So moved.
I accept the amendment.
Thank you.
And I'm calling do we have a second? Who was the second?
Second.
Okay. I'm calling the question. Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried as amended.
Thank you. Thank you. And section B, do we have any questions from the council on that? Councilmember Morris, Councilmember Aranda,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Also no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on that one?
No speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Closing the public hearing. Further questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
No, thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve a resolution levying the annual special tax for Community Facilities District number 2018-01 for fiscal year 26-27?
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Item C under consideration and public hearing, master fee schedule for the city services. City Manager Ashley Colick.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, member of the public. Tonight's item is the proposed adoption of the city's updated master fee schedule. As the council is aware, this fee study has been discussed over the course of several meetings, including an informal informational presentation on April 21st, a public hearing on May 19th, and an additional study session on May 26th to provide further opportunity for public review and comment. Unfortunately, our consultant, Kushbu, is unavailable tonight for the meeting, so you got me to present the item on behalf of the staff. Following council direction and public input received during the review process, staff has evaluated several of the proposed fees and made some limited revisions to the fee schedule. The primary change reflected in the version before you tonight is the reduction of the community hall rental fee for local city nonprofit organizations to zero. Other than that adjustment, no additional substantive changes have been made to the proposed fee schedule since it was last discussed by the council. The fee schedule before you was intended to improve cost recovery, modernize outdated fees, establish fees for service that were previously uncodified, and provide a more transparent and consistent framework for city services moving forward. With that, I'm available to provide, staff is here to provide any additional clarification as needed and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have a couple of questions. So let me start with what I highlighted. I understand that there was primarily a reduction to zero cost for local nonprofit organizations. Is that correct, or is that residents?
Nonprofits.
Okay, so with that caveat, I would like to also include in that direction or that determination that they have to provide a bona fide documentation that they are indeed a nonprofit. Just telling us they are a nonprofit does not suffice for that reduction in or waiver of fee. Is that something that we can do?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the other,
I'm sorry. Can I add to that?
sure.
Just so I don't lose track of that. In good standing
Oh, okay, good standing.
with all their documentation. I apologize for the interruption. Proceed.
Okay.
I just want to double team, triple teaming on what you're, so just so that we're all on the same topic, you brought this up. Did we define local? Can we define that as city, or are we talking city and county nonprofits?
Good question.
That is
I was assuming priority would be with the city of San Juan Bautista. And if it's a county, maybe there would be a reduction because that would be outside of our city limits. So if it's in Hollister or county at large, maybe a reduced fee versus the general public. But I know that's not written as it is now.
let me just, I had a convergence of thoughts that all hit at the same time and
know.
I got tongue tied. I apologize.
No problem.
Let me make a couple of clarifications. We had a lot of discussion about local nonprofits and trying to make a distinction. I need to kind of call on Ariel to see if that distinction was made. And because I haven't checked myself, so forgive me. So, but if it hasn't been made, we can make that clarification to ensure that we're talking about local nonprofits.
City versus county.
City versus county, right? I'm talking about within the city limits. Our city nonprofits is what I was referring to. If we can bring back something separate to talk about county, because that might be a larger discussion, because we do have county nonprofits who provide services to our seniors. So I want to be careful here. I'm going to pick on Ariel if she can answer or help us answer that question.
Yes, I can answer that question. Currently in our fee schedule, it is written for local, city, and county nonprofits for the community hall rental. For a city resident, it's 700, and for a non-resident, the full burden cost is $843. It is up to your discretion to break out county nonprofits, and you can either provide the full burden cost at 843 or a modified lesser amount. It is up to your discretion.
I do think
Hi, welcome back to the city council meeting. We are, where did, Councilmember Morris Lopez, we left off on you,
Nonprofits.
after zero fee for nonprofits, in good standing, local versus county. County provides services for seniors, so we'll come back to addressing that situation at a later date, keeping it where our planning manager said that it's already included for nonprofits in the county. That's zero. Did I recap okay? Okay, carry on.
Thank you for that discussion. And then my other area that I had a question on was under special events and activities. So we talked about nonprofits, government agency, and it breaks it down into whether or not you're going to have street blockages. And so no street blockage. And so this doesn't say local or non-local. So if that can be clarified. And then the other category is private promoter organizations. And they seem to be almost identical to the nonprofits, which I think, personally, I feel like if they're a private promoter meaning there's money involved, profit for them, there should be a higher fee. I don't know if the rest of my colleagues on the dais looked at that. And then further to categorize under private promoter organization, my thought being is that sometimes there's promoters that come in and they do street fairs. And one example we all know is the rib cook-off. And so that promoter does this now and has now requires 3 days of 1 day of setup, but is here in town for 3 days. That's a lot of promotion, a lot of profit for that individual or his organization. Versus, say, we have car clubs that come in. And to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, they don't have food vendors. They basically park their cars for the locals to come and look at. And they have amongst their clubs, I think they do promotion of the club. They have awards. They take their own entrance fees. So I'm not quite sure that I'm in agreement that their fee should be as high as someone as like the rib cook-off promoter. Those are just my thoughts.
Through the mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the comments and the questions, council member. I believe, and I think Ariel may be able to speak to this and tell me if I'm wrong or not. So when you're looking at an event like the rib cook-off, for instance, our fees now are more detailed where we have expanded. So what happens is you have the special event permit application fees. Also, there's a charge for now every single vendor that is attached to said event. So we have expanded the fee schedules to such that we can now capture a little bit more revenue in more detail. So it's not necessarily when you read the fee schedule, it's not necessarily that one fee. There are other fees within that schedule that will now be applied to that event. And then Ariel can speak to that and correct me if I've made any.
Hi, yes. So currently it's still showing for the nonprofits or government agency to be for no street blockage at 1,691 and then going up to $2,032 for street blockage. And then if it's on our downtown or second, third, or fourth street, up to 2,372. That's the full burden cost, same as the private promoter. However, those three under nonprofits or government agency, similar to the community hall, you could reduce the cost. That is up to your discretion.
Wait, Madam Mayor, can I say
Go
something?
ahead.
Question on that. How do we capture all those fees if that vendor is part of is sponsored by the city? Aren't some of these events a sponsored event? So then I would all these fees be waived? Or are we capturing these fees on top of
So
the sponsorship?
if the city were going to have an event where we had vendors, we would be collecting a fee from those vendors.
Got it.
And if let me help on this one too. If a nonprofit is doing this, they can petition the council to waive said fees. And it's at the discretion of the council to then waive. They're not automatically waived. These fees would still apply until the application or request for waiver
Is approved.
submitted, yes, and approved by the council.
So then what I'm understanding, what my original question or concern is and I'll just use it, the rib cook-off versus say the Dub Nation Car Club or Padrinos, they will be charged the same basic fee, but because say the Padrinos or Dub Nation VW Club will not be having food vendors, so therefore they're not going to be charged that. I mean, I'm still seeing the difference in, the traffic will be there, but I'm talking about like the cleanup and et cetera that would be needed, cars being parked versus a street festival.
Ariel, did you want to try to
Yes,
answer?
yes, so tonight you can include in your recommendation to reduce the fee for special event activities for nonprofits and government agency. At the full burden cost is what is before you. So, but you could motion to include a reduction in the full burden cost. In addition, there is also still the pathway for those nonprofits to request a fee waiver, and that would go before council.
And then would you be so kind as to address Councilmember Morris Lopez's question regarding private promotion? And I don't know if
So,
I see Kushbu's there. I thought she wasn't. Hi, Kushbu.
yes, private promotion is they're currently the same cost for a nonprofit to a private promoter. So, so we could, the council could motion to reduce the cost for special event activities for nonprofits.
Or conversely, we could require for the private promoter for profit.
Well, the current fee is the current full burden cost.
Understood.
So I think a little bit of clarification is that someone like a car show is a one-day event where they only get this many fees tagged on, but for a 2 or a 3-day event, they get several other fees added on because there's more things that they're requesting. There's more things that are happening. There's more things that are coming in. Did I get that correct, Ariel?
So Kushbu can add to any of this, but we calculated what the full burden cost of that permit would be. Our current ordinance has it broken out by the whether there's street blockage or no street blockage, or utilizing our second, third, and fourth street. So it is up to the discretion if you want to reduce fees for nonprofits or government agency. you can make that determination tonight. But we would have to show, in order to increase for a private promoter, we would have to show that that's the cost. The only suggestion would be you could modify to be a per day. But we calculate the cost to process the permit. And Kushbu, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, good evening, council. So what I would say to everything that Ariel has said is correct. So from a true kind of staff perspective and the processing associated with the special events, it doesn't really matter kind of who's putting on the event. It's more about the staff time and effort that it takes to process the event and what's being blocked and not blocked, which is why technically the proposed fee is the same. But you are correct, council member, in that and if it's a multiple day event or depending on the type of event it is, this won't be the only fee that you pay. So there would be additional fees tacked on. But like Ariel said, you also have the option to either adopt the fees as they are, set the fees at a lower rate for nonprofits. You couldn't set the private promoters higher than what's listed there because that's the true full cost of providing the service and you can't exceed that cost for these types of fees. But you could also make a policy decision. So sometimes what some jurisdictions will do is if a nonprofit or government agency is putting on an event, they can submit documentation showing how this is a very important event for the community. It's very beneficial. And therefore, council may choose to waive either all or part of their fees, depending on the event. And there's a lot of different policy direction you could take with this. It just depends on essentially what the ultimate goal is of council and how that impacts the events in the community. So you have a lot of flexibility. We just wanted to show again kind of what the true cost is and that from a true staff processing cost perspective, there really isn't a difference between nonprofits and government agencies and private promoters.
How are we doing, Jay?
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions or comments here. I think I'm good with everything as we see it.
I am too. Thank you. I am going to now open up the public hearing. Do we have any questions, comments, and concerns from anybody in chambers?
I have two speaker cards, Kara Vong, followed by Michael Ponce.
Thank you.
Thank you, members
Hi,
of the
Tony. Welcome.
council. Caravonk. I have three that I'd like to talk to you about, three of the fees. I'll start with what I think is the easiest one, and that's tree removal. $487 per tree. And what is it for? We don't have a tree ordinance. So you fill out the paper and drop it off at the front desk, and that's it. It's crazy. We should have a tree ordinance. Anyway, just want to bring that up. I don't think it's appropriate if we don't have an ordinance. And then the other two, I've talked to you about this before. It's the historic resources fees. And there are two of them, $1,500 if it's an administrative matter. And that means if it's a minor change under our historic preservation ordinance, so it's done by staff. And that's like if you have a window you need to change or you need to re-roof or something, it's considered minor. So that's $1,500 right off the bat. And, you know, we're trying to promote maintenance of our historic resources here in town. And this is not going to help, in my opinion. You know, it's not of a person's own making always that you own a historic house. And this is not just the first fee, because then you've got, well, I should go under the other one. If you need to have a review by the Historic Resources Board or the Planning Commission because you're doing something major, like an addition or just, I don't remember what they all are offhand, then it's $5,000. My God. And then you've got to have your plans checked. You have to pay for that. And then you have to pay for your building permit fees. This is getting into the thousands of dollars. And you've got a old house, that you're trying to fix up. So I think you really need to reconsider these fees because there are a lot more coming down the road when somebody tries to do these, try to fix up their historic home. So that's it. And I made it under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Ponce?
Hi, Michael, welcome.
Hello, thank you. First real quick, I got a question. What a sign permit went from $157.50 to $726. I think that's kind of overboard. But my number one question is the baseball rental fee. It was at $49, and I don't think we ever collected any money for baseball rental fee. And I requested a public records documentation of all the rentals the last 2 years of Abbey Park, and I don't see any fees being paid. Where we have a San Juan Bautista City park permit that says residents pay $100 and non-residents pay $250. I don't see any fees collected besides a $10 key fee. My suggestion is, yes, let's put a rental charge on the ballpark because I feel that we should create a enterprise fund for Abbey Park where all rental fees are directly put back into the park for maintenance because the park is in really bad shape, needs a lot of work. I suggest that anybody that wants to rent the field that there be just what the park permit says, $100 fee up front for a resident. And then, so if a resident's gonna rent the field for a week, a month, 3 months, upfront fee, $100. And then on top of that, they're gonna pay the $25 per hour for use. I think that's plenty fair. If you go to another city, you're gonna basically pay those fees for a field. Right now, we got teams playing on that field for free that aren't even from San Juan Bautista. I don't think that's right. I think we should be collecting some fees for that field and put those fees back into the park. Like I say, it's in bad shape. There hasn't been a lot of work. There hasn't been very much work done to that field in, I would guess, 30 years. I used to play on that field when I was a kid, and it basically looks the same. And that was a lot of years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise Brentnall. Thank you.
Hi,
Madam
welcome.
Mayor, staff. I would like to ask the council to postpone this vote. I think I know out in the community, there are a number of questions about the fees. There's a lot of disgruntled people that don't have accurate information. And although we have had meetings or attempted to have meetings with the community to discuss this, I do not believe there has been enough attention paid to this matter in regards to allowing us time to accommodate so that we can meet. And I think there need to be several meetings in regards to this subject so that the community understands exactly what's going on, because right now we do not. I also agree with Councilmember Lopez in regards to the questions about a nonprofit being charged the same amount as a for-profit organization. As a business owner and someone that runs a corporation, I do understand the cost of doing business and I do understand the fees associated with that. But when we're talking about a community that already pays taxes for these things, we're not so inclined to feel comfortable paying the same amount as somebody who's coming in from outside this community and saying, yeah, I'm willing to pay that more. That's called taxing us to death. And that is not something you want to do here. We've already got a tremendous number of expenses associated with fixing things that have been kicked down the road. And I, for one, am tired of being charged more and more money. We need to come up with another solution. And again, I would like to ask you to please postpone this and have more community involvement in this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other speaker cards received, and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Closing public hearing. Sorry. Back to the council. Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, that something just came up in my head as well. I do agree with a member of the public, Carl Vonk, and Mike Ponce on some of these fees that need to be adjusted. And perhaps we can make those changes today on the fly. But also, one thing that I was thinking about, and maybe this question's for Ariel, but I understand we are increasing these fees and the price on things are going up. And so one concern that I actually had is when an applicant applies for an event or some kind of whatever their application is, I know that it goes through different departments within the city. So fire, police, whatnot. But my question is, with the charges that come or that are associated with this application, what if you don't meet a criteria? So like, let's just say you're hosting an event, but then part of it is there's a fire application fee that you got to pay, but you don't have a tent or anything where the fire marshal has to review. So are applicants still paying these random fees even though there's a service in there that's not needed? I'm not sure if that makes sense. But I felt like I've heard members of the community come up to me about paying exorbitant amount of fees, and then a certain check or a check mark on an application didn't even apply to them, but they still had to pay a fee. And so if we're going to increase the fees, I don't think it's right that that doesn't get looked at. So I don't know. And so Ariel, I don't know if that's something you can answer to.
Yes, I can answer. Charlie's also on, and Kushbu can add anything. If let's just say something specifically requires, we'll say a fire inspection permit. Well, then they're going to pay for the fire review and fire inspection fees. Fire has their own fees that would be applying. Let's just say that it doesn't, for some reason, doesn't require, then they wouldn't be required to do a permit or an inspection. Then they wouldn't be charged a particular fee. Our fee includes for our processing, the city processing. I can pass it on to Charlie and Kushbu to add anything to that.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Charlie with the fire department. Good
Hey,
question.
Chief, welcome.
Thank you. So for events, we don't necessarily charge for everything, but we sometimes we'll pull a permit and do a permit anyways. That way everything gets a permit, and that way we understand it gets reviewed. The only thing we're really requiring, if you're having food tents, even the parades or anything, only if they're having food there, but we do need to permit because we do need to notify the troops that there's an event happening. So like they just had this rainbow run, and we didn't charge anything for that. I did do an inspection, but I didn't charge them for that. I did pull a permit at the last minute, but I forgot to notify the troops. So when they came in, they're like, hey, what's going on here? They couldn't get to work. They didn't know about it. They didn't know. So they kind of were a little freaked out about it because of the street closure. So I do that in there to make sure we notify the fire crews and any responding agencies that we do have this like that. So not everything gets charged. We do pull a permit, and some get charged, some don't get charged, depending on the how involved the event is. But pretty much if you have cooking and you're having tents and you're closing streets, that's going to require a permit and a tent. But if it's like a rolling parade or like the Rainbow Run that we just had, they didn't have any cooking booths. They didn't close off any streets. Well, they did close off streets, but it was Rolling Street, so we didn't charge them for that. So everybody's not getting charged, but everyone should get a permit, so we're able to notify everyone as required.
Got it. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, you know, nonprofits or anything like that where, you know, that now that the fees are going up or whatever for whoever, that we're just being a little more, we're not just tackling on fees for every single little thing. So thank you for the explanation.
It's not so much that, it's life safety for us also, because
absolutely.
fire doesn't care if you're a nonprofit. Fire doesn't care if you're a for-profit. You know what I mean? That's the
Yeah,
whole
agreed.
reason. It's life safety. So that's why when they say, well, we're a nonprofit, well, fire doesn't say we're not going to attack you or you're not going to get hurt at this event. So that's why. And our fee, yeah, that's the reason why.
That was a great explanation.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for that,
Yeah.
Chief.
Other than that, no further comment or questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I wanted to appreciate your comments, Miss Brentno. I know the name. I just gotta get the pronunciation right. That I agree. There should be community engagement. Our sticking point and disagreement point is, and when Ashley and I spoke about this offline, I just wanted to. It was perfect the way you enumerated this. There were multiple dates, half a dozen, and the same few people show up. And I hear the opinions and we've debated it. So I feel like the community that has had that is willing to come in and talk about this with us. We've heard from them. Some of us have heard from community members outside of the meetings and things like that, and we bring those opinions in with us. I don't know what else we could do to get people in to chat about it. Like things are noticed. People have had the opportunity. It's been half a dozen times to chat about it. And so I'm always willing when people want to stop me on the side or catch me when I'm running in my PJs to grab fruit in the windmill or to talk about it. And I have been stopped at those times with my dark glasses, hood on, just trying to run out. I've talked to people, or when we're out walking the kids and things. I don't know what else to do to bring people in. Things have been noticed, and we appreciate those of you who do come and show up. Like you're giving your time just like we are to speak on issues that matter to you. I just don't know what else we could do to get those people in here to do the same. So I feel pretty comfortable having given several opportunities for the community to talk and chat about this. And like you said, a lot of us have talked to people outside and bring those opinions in, but short of offering them rides and dragging them in here with us. There's pizza here. They could have came and got pizza. I feel like we've offered out to the community to come here and speak on these matters. So I feel pretty good about voting on this. And then I also wanted to remind, as we've been talking about this the last 2 or 3 times we've talked about it, we have the ability to go back through and item per item be like, hey, let's bring this one up and really hammer this one home to adjust it after passing the fees as a whole. But the big hill is to get the fees passed as a whole. And then if there's still a couple sticking points, we've all, those of who have been here or online have heard, hey, yeah, we can attack that one or those few if we need to go back through and readjust things as they go through. But I feel it's pretty important to get our fee schedule passed as a whole. And I feel like we've had a 20-year ramp at raising rates. It hasn't been very long, so I don't feel that it's all that sudden. That's all.
Thank you for those comments. And I agree with
You skipped over me.
the,
You went first.
Did you skip over me on the second round?
I apologize if I did. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. It's okay. Anyway, also I want to acknowledge everyone that shows up here in the room and also on Zoom. We have, and I agree with Pro Tem Mayor Sabathia, that we do have on record several meetings and discussions about the fee schedule increases. So I think we have done our due diligence to get the public involved. Those that do want to be involved, show up. You can also write emails to us. So there's been different avenues for people to be involved, and whether or not they choose to or not, we have no control over that. And I understand anytime there's a fee increase, go to the store, like I was looking at bananas yesterday. This is an example. I was with my daughter shopping and I'm like, when did bananas go up to 99 cents a pound? You know, so it's just reality. And we've been behind in looking at our fee schedule. And I thank our city manager, um, Ashley, for taking this task on. It's not an easy one. It's like ripping off the Band-Aid when you've been not looking at fees for probably a couple of decades, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 2005?
That's about correct. It's been
Yeah,
about
so
20
that's
years.
20 years ago. So as we all know, we can't go to the store and expect to pay prices that we were charged 20 years ago. That's just not reality. And these are basically cost recovery fees. They're not making a profit. What I want the public to understand is that we have been dipping into our general funds to cover for the services that we provide. And that's not how we operate as city. It's not how you would operate your own household or business if you are a business owner. It just doesn't work. But we have the discretion as a city council, as everyone up here knows and reads in the fine print, that we can look at those fees and we can adjust accordingly depending on those things. If it's a benefit to the community, if there's hardships, whatever the benchmarks are, we can look at those fees. And I appreciate what Ms. Vonk said about the trees, because I feel like not only is it the fee for me, but yes, we must have an ordinance because we need to save our trees. And I feel like the fee is one thing, but I feel the ordinance to protect people from chopping down trees, we need to have that in place as much as the fee of that. But I too agree with Pro Tem Sabathia and Councilmember Aranda that we need to move this along and we can go back and look at things individually as needed. Thank you for the hard work.
Thank you. Ariel, correct me if I'm wrong, we do have something in our ordinances about trees?
Yes, it is actually a little bit obscure, and so I can understand the public's confusion. The tree removal permit actually came out of Chapter 5-6 when it was adopted, and it's related to like nuisance abatement of property responsibilities. And so essentially the city utilizes the tree removal permit process to review requests of tree removal under that, private property or hazardous condition, or also in the right of way. So, but additionally, we could look further at the tree, additional tree permit processes, but it doesn't, the current doesn't, it allows the city to evaluate whether that replacement planting or other conditions could be appropriate under those circumstances. But I did have to look it up after previous comments from the public.
Thank you for that. And I do agree with a tree ordinance. I wasn't suggesting that I didn't. We need a heritage tree ordinance. We have old growth here, and definitely, I think we need that as well. Michael Ponce referenced the rental fee. So clarification, Michael, you want $100 permit fee and the $25 a day fee. That's the way I heard it. Per hour. So you want an additional $100 added to it. Interesting. Thank you for that. I don't know what to say on that now. Thank you.
Yeah, what's the increase fees?
I-
Put on the record.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I have nothing further. I appreciate the work and the city actually getting reimbursed or paid for the tasks that we actually do and the time spent on all of this. So thank you. With that, may I have a motion to approve a resolution adopting the City of San Juan Bautista master fee schedule for city services effective April 15th, 2026, and authorizing the city manager or designee to implement annual increases to applicable fees based on the consumer price index?
So moved.
August. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item D, ordinance amending the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to add Chapter 9-5 Mobile Food Facilities and Sidewalk Vending title. Ariel Goodspeed, our planning manager.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. I'll wait just a minute while Liz pulls up the PowerPoint. I am streaming from you live in my quarantine quarters. Thank you for allowing me to be virtual tonight. So, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and the public. Tonight, I'm presenting the first reading of the proposed mobile food facility and sidewalk vending ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is to establish a clear regulatory framework for mobile food facilities and sidewalk vendors operating within the City of San Juan Bautista. The ordinance has been substantially updated from the version originally reviewed in 2024. The updated ordinance expands beyond traditional food trucks to include all mobile food facilities recognized under California law. It incorporates state requirements related to sidewalk vending under SB 946, and it establishes objective operational standards intended to protect public health, safety, accessibility, and community character while supporting economic opportunity and entrepreneurship. Next slide, please. The city has experienced increasing interest from mobile food vendors and community members seeking additional food service options and business opportunities. While mobile food facilities provide economic and community benefits, they also raise considerations related to pedestrian circulation, parking, accessibility, sanitation, waste disposal, and compatibility with surrounding land uses. This ordinance is intended to balance those interests by establishing clear permitting procedures, operational standards, and location requirements. The goal is to create a predictable process for vendors while ensuring public spaces remain safe, accessible, and enjoyable for residents and visitors. The ordinance also ensures compliance with California Retail Food Code and SB 946, which limits how local agencies may regulate sidewalk vending activities. Next slide, please. So the development of this ordinance has occurred more than 2 years. However, there was a pause in 2025 and involved multiple planning commission discussions, community workshops, stakeholder meetings, and city council review. This mainly happened in 2024. The process began on April 2nd with an initial planning commission discussion regarding potential regulations for mobile food truck operations within the city. To gather community input, staff conducted 2 public workshops in May of 2024, including a workshop at the San Juan Bautista Library on May 18th and a second workshop with the City Council chambers on May 20th. These workshops provided residents, business owners, and potential vendors an opportunity to discuss concerns, opportunities, and potential operating standards. The item returned to the Planning Commission on July 2nd of 2024, but was not discussed due to time constraints. And then on July 11, 2024, staff met with the city manager and local mobile food vendors to evaluate the potential operating locations and discuss operational considerations. Based on this analysis, the public feedback, the Planning Commission considered the ordinance on August 27th of 2024 and adopted resolution 2024-05 recommending approval to City Council and adding a third approved operating location. The City Council conducted an initial review of the proposed ordinance on November 19th of 2024 as a first reading. However, following that discussion, the ordinance was not returned for a second reading due to subsequent staffing transitions and competing priorities. Since that time, staff has completed a comprehensive review and update of the ordinance to ensure consistency with current state law and best practices, while still keeping all of the input that was provided in 2024 within the ordinance. The ordinance presented tonight incorporates some revisions, including the mobile food facility terminology that's consistent with the California Retail Food Code, a dedicated sidewalk vendor section implementing Senate Bill 946 requirements, ADA accessibility standards, expanded operational requirements, updated permitting procedures, and additional definitions and enforcement provisions. Following tonight's reading, staff is requesting City Council schedule the ordinance for a second reading and adoption on August 18th, 2026, or soon thereafter. Just a few key updates since the 2024 have been originally considered. First, the ordinance now regulates mobile food facilities rather than just trucks, which is a very narrowed definition, ensuring consistency with the Retail Food Code. It incorporates, and again, it incorporates 946. So it's expanded the scope on those food trucks, ADA, added sanitation, waste, and noise standards, sidewalk vendor definition included. Actually, a multitude of additional definitions were included. Permit renewal and suspension and revocation procedures and enforcement consistent with SB 946. Next slide. Some approved locations. So this has remained the same. The 3 locations of the Alameda soccer field, McMullamy Street across from the Valero gas station, Abbey Park. This was the 3rd location added by Planning Commission and presented previously. And then additionally, private property designated commercial or mixed use. This could be an allowed use. So the ordinance has continued to include these locations that were previously evaluated in 2024, and together these provisions would create an opportunity for mobile food vending in appropriate locations throughout the city while maintaining objective standards designed to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Next slide. So the ordinance established a streamlined permit process for mobile food facility operators. Applicants must submit a complete application, including a site plan, proof of insurance, vehicle registration, required county health permits, and fire permit inspection if necessary, and any additional documentation required in compliance with applicable regulations. The applications are reviewed administratively by city staff, and permits are valid for 1 year and may be renewed provided the operator remains in compliance with the ordinance. An appeal process is also provided should an applicant disagree with an administrative decision. Next slide. Operational standards. The ordinance established objective operational standards designed to protect public health, safety, and welfare while allowing mobile food facilities to operate successfully. Standards address hours of operation, signage, waste disposal, noise, sanitation, and maintenance of public areas. Operators are required to provide trash, recycling, compost receptacles, properly dispose of grease and wastewater, maintain clean operating areas, and comply with all applicable noise requirements. ADA accessibility and emergency access must be maintained at all times, and no overnight parking of mobile food facilities within the approved locations. This is strictly prohibited. Next slide. So for sidewalk vendor regulations, this was a major addition to the ordinance in the creation of a dedicated sidewalk vending section that's consistent under Senate Bill 946. State law significantly limits the authority of local governments to regulate sidewalk vendors and requires any local regulation to be objective and directly related to health, safety, and welfare concerns. The ordinance establishes a ministerial registration process and focuses on maintaining ADA accessibility, pedestrian circulation, emergency access, and public safety. Consistent with state law, violations are subject to administrative enforcement rather than criminal penalties. These provisions ensure compliance with Senate Bill 946 while providing reasonable standards for sidewalk vending activities in the city. And I just want to add that currently, code enforcement has been actively engaging our sidewalk vendors and informing them of what's needed, including health permits and Senate bill regulations. And we are seeing some vendors come in for compliance already. So this is just memorializing the Senate bill state regulations. Additionally, staff has determined the ordinance is exempt from CEQA under CEQA guideline sections 15060 C2, 15061 B3, and 15183. The fiscal impact of the city is expected to be minimal. Permit and registration fees are intended to offset staff time and administrative costs associated with the application review, permit processing, inspections, and enforcement activities. And the city will utilize existing resources to administer the program. And the goal is for the program to be self-supporting to the greatest extent feasible, especially with the adoption of our master fee schedule update. So just our next steps in closing, staff believes that the proposed ordinance established a balanced and comprehensive framework for regulating mobile food facilities and sidewalk vendors within the city. The ordinance supports economic opportunity, promotes public health and safety, protects accessibility, ensures compliance with state law. So staff recommends that the City Council find the ordinance exempt from CEQA, conduct the first reading, and introduce the ordinance, waive further readings, and schedule the ordinance for a second reading and adoption on August 18th, 2026, or soon thereafter as practicable. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much for that. Opening it up to the council member Aranda.
Yeah, I'm really excited that this is actually being looked at. When I served as a planning commissioner as a chair, this is something we worked on back in 2024. So it's good to see that we are re-looking at this and making some amendments. So I definitely support the concept of food trucks and mobile vending and in our downtown. But one concern that I might have right now, just with just from the feedback from local businesses, is when it comes to mobile sidewalk vending, it sometimes could take away some of the business away from our local businesses. And so, I want to make sure that, we're taking that into account, that we're talking with our local businesses to see what their feedback is, and not just simply making some changes without their input. I think it's very, very important that we speak with our businesses and get them involved. Another thing that I would like to see with this this ordinance, as we look at it, I had brought this up with our city manager a couple of times, and what I would like to see for San Juan Bautista, so that we can get the economic development portion piece coming along, is I wanted to explore seeing if we could add an entertainment district. Many other cities have a district or an area that they zone as an entertainment district where they do this mobile food truck vending. They allow for music on the streets. One thing that I would like to also explore and look at is allowing alcohol sales within that defined district where patrons could walk around and enjoy that area responsibly. And so, I think that would help us when it comes to doing these cool events somewhere, perhaps in the downtown historic district, where we are leveraging our partnership with Integrated Waste and Recology. Maybe they're providing uh, those mobile restrooms, and we have a little mini stage there, and there's kind of like a similar Hollister's food or farmers market situation that they got. I would love to see that for our downtown district, and seeing people out there late at night walking around, and again, maybe there's some some sales of alcohol or whatever where people can walk around and enjoy. So exciting times. So that's pretty much all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this, the work that you did in picking this up where it got left off a couple years ago. I agree with Councilmember Aranda. It could be a good idea. The only thing I really want to consider in terms of the local businesses downtown, and when I say businesses, specifically restaurants, eateries, culinary, hospitality, that we be mindful of the fact that a lot of them have come to us. I'm just talking about them in particular because we're talking about food. Everyone's having challenges. So I would hate to further affect those challenges in a negative manner. So my ask and my consideration, and I know initially we talked about having these food trucks and vendors on a day where the majority of the restaurants or eateries are closed. And one day in particular that a lot of the locals know that to be a standard day is a Monday. So I would like that to be strongly considered to not impede on their business. Maybe a once a month event or bi-monthly event for summer months that would include something other than that Monday. And also, my question for this ordinance is, say, I read it pretty clearly about what is, the term includes, it's on page 3, mobile food truck, food facilities, et cetera, et cetera. My question is, what if there is a eatery on Third Street and say they want to participate in those 3 locations and have some of their items or food items at those locations, and maybe they're not, would they have to have a cart, or could they set up a tent, an event tent, and have their products there? Would be my question, to consider that. And then the other thing is, I'm not real big on the safety traffic issues with the, believe it's a second site across from Valero, which is now Chevron Station. There isn't a sidewalk there, so the safety with that concerns me, as to where people would stand or walk. It's coming right off the freeway, so that would be one thing. And then I thought as another alternative option would be maybe centered around Veruti Park. You have a playground, you have picnic tables, you have the lawn area, you have children's play equipment that can engage families. So I'm wondering if that would be another consideration, but I'll circle back. First and foremost, not to impede on the local downtown restaurants. Please consider a day where they're not as a majority open. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Hello. Parroting what others have said, glad this is being brought back up. There are a lot of things over the last 3.5, nearly 4 years that some of us have been sitting on here that we'd like to see closed. Putting on a different hat as the council's resident and most frequent killjoy. Specifically around some of the comments around aimed at protecting some of the business for our local businesses. From the Federal Trade Commission's website, most legislation that limits business competition is illegal. And so us trying to set up and do things, yes, we should keep them in mind, but if we are specifically making legislation that is limiting business competition, that is illegal. There are very narrow bands where you are allowed to limit business competition. And even further, California has even more strict laws on doing that, antitrust laws and things like that. So we need to be very careful about our intent and how we frame things if we're going after limiting the competition of business.
I'm creative.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have several. Thank you for pointing out that the Valero is now a Chevron. It's mentioned in 3 or 4 different sections. So if we can change that. There's a couple of times there's a comment on additional locations may be administratively approved by the planning director or designee based on objective site circulation, ADA accessibility, traffic safety, and operational compatibility. I'd kind of like to hear where they're going before they go in. I don't know that we have a whole lot of say in it, but it would sure be nice to have a conversation around it. When you, Councilmember Aranda, you were talking about sidewalk vendors, or was that what your comment was?
Yeah, it was my concern was to the sidewalk vendors, and impeding on, like we mentioned, on the local businesses and how it would
Yeah.
affect them. So for me, it's
If
just an
if we can, and I don't, the will of the council, if we can not have them on 3rd Street, sidewalk vendors, I don't care what they are, just as long as we don't have them on 3rd Street. I don't know if that's part of the law or not. I don't know. It's a question. A concern about the site at McCollum and the Chevron station. That is the future site of the San Benito Health Foundation, and there is a conversation under intent on page 2, 9-5-010, about ingress, egress, and place of business, and not having somebody in front of that. So not a consideration today, but potentially to a new business coming to us soon. On page 5 of the ordinance, under definitions, under O, mobile food facility permit or permit. O1 talks about long-term operation, allowing mobile food facilities to operate at a specific location for 1 hour or longer for a maximum of 4 hours. There are several occasions, and one was in the PowerPoint presentation, where it said 7 to 10 or 6 to 10. I thought I saw once in this. This is totally contradictory, and I'm not a fan of having someone there the whole entire day. If they want to leave for an hour or two, great, and come back, or have somebody else come in that spot. There's only 3 spots in town, and I'm not sure how many food trucks the city of Hollister has, but there's a lot. So to have a coffee vendor in the morning and a pizza vendor in the afternoon, or whatever it is, I'm all for that. 02 talks about private property operations. This is where it says 6 to 10. As long as the property is open. But again, that's contradictory to the first one and sounds more like a permanent food truck than anything else. So I would like to see that scratched, up to the will of the council. 95040, the next section. This is under compliance. Number C says, any permit, operational requirement, or enforcement action imposed under this chapter shall be directly related to objective health, safety, and welfare concerns. Do we have, and I didn't notice it, that's why I'm asking, do we have something that says if they violate hours of operation or noise or signage or any other ordinance that we have? Some of these are in front of residential areas, Abbey Park for one. If it went to Veruti Park, that would be another. The school is another, and McCullum could be. So just a question on those. And to ensure that there is noise and light issues in residential areas like Abbey Park, if we're going to have food trucks. And there was no date that I saw, no dates for this, whether it was Monday through Sunday or Monday and Tuesday, which was part of the original, when there is nothing in town. Question on the process for review. Is it typical to have a 30-day review of a permit?
Yes, under Permit Streamlining Act, 30 days is the standard.
Okay, cool.
We could do a lesser time.
No, it was just a question. Just a question. On the next page, under 95060, requirements, licenses, and processes. Number 2 is general operations, and under the next section 070, operational standards, it talks about temporary right-of-way operations. So are these concurrent? Because they seem like they're duplicate language, do they get duplicate fees?
Not a duplicate fee.
Just trying to work here. On page 9, number 2, it again talks about hours this is a new one, hours between 7 and 10. So we have 3 different locations that talk about 3 different hours. And under definitions 9503001, it talks about a minimum of 4 hours, which is what we have as our standard now.
Yes, I could clarify. There was, over the course of the day, we don't want someone setting up, let's say, at 5 a.m. or at midnight, right? But then limiting how many hours they could be there. So we could add some clarifying language so that's not confusing, that between the hours of 7 to 10, you can be there for up to 4 hours. So we can clarify that.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I was having heart palpitations. Under that same section, it says you shall not leave the approved location vacant for an extended period of time. Failure to not occupy an approved location within a 30-day period without notification shall result in revocation of the permit. So are we allowing one vendor to be there and only one vendor to be there for 30 days? Or I'm just not sure how that's gonna pan out, if we have multiple vendors who want to come in.
Yes, so for each location, we would space out how many vendors could be at each location. I can bring that, I can work with our Public Works team and bring, how many vendors per each location to the next reading for discussion. And then they would be requesting like time slots and days, and then that would be reviewed and approved. And so if there's some consideration of limitations, but to how you wanted to have that operate, but as part of the application being reviewed by staff, we would determine it. So let's just say a coffee cart wants to be there every week from the hours of 7 to 10. And so we would review that application for that site.
So if that coffee cart, and that's 7 to 10 a.m. or 11 if they so choose a.m. for 4 hours. If that coffee truck all of a sudden didn't show up for the next 4 weeks, then their permit would be revoked.
We would review and we would have the ability to revoke it to make sure that the spaces are being utilized, right? We don't want it being
Yes.
vacant unnecessarily and allowing opportunities to other vendors.
Okay. And then on the next page, it says on item number 6, without written permission, sorry, of the private property owner when on private property. So that is the conditional use permit that site, like Vertigo, for instance, has a conditional use permit for someone. We are not talking about a private property without a conditional use permit or a permanent truck or whatever the definition is now.
Yeah, so we would be creating a pathway for, let's just pretend like Vertigo didn't have a conditional use permit at this moment that included having a food truck. So now they would be able to submit for a mobile food facility permit on that private property with an approval from the private property owner, and we would review that permit. So it'd be administrative instead of a conditional use permit, a more streamlined process.
Still with the same hours.
Still, yes, the limitations
Of 4 hours.
of the hours. We could include if such a project would request, let's say, alternative hours, then we could elevate it to not be a administrative permit, that it could go to Planning Commission, and we could add that into the ordinance.
I think I lost myself on that one. So I just don't know where private property owner, I don't understand where that one comes in. We can go over that one separately, though. Please sit by.
So instead of having to do a full-on conditional use permit, let's just say let's just say the Vertigo wants to come in now. Let's say they don't have a conditional use permit that specifically includes having a food truck there, and they want to come in now. They could come under the mobile food facility permit application. And as long as they're meeting the requirements of that, they wouldn't necessarily need to do a full-on conditional use permit.
Okay, they would fall under this new ordinance.
Yes, it provides a streamlined approach. Now,
Okay.
anything outside of this can then go to planning commission, and we can kind of write that if you want alternative hours, or if we do add in let's say Monday and Tuesday operating days, and let's say they want to have an alternative day, then we could put that in, that it would just go to planning commission.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to open public hearing. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor, and seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Back to the council, Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, for me, I think my intent with this whole thing is, and I'll keep it short, is I know we mentioned these other locations around town, which are great. I love Councilmember Morris Lopez's idea of Verde Park. I think that's wonderful. I know we've done some summer events there, which is great, but also I think the intent here is also to help with the spruce up the town, some economic development. And I might sound counterintuitive, but I still would like to see something in the downtown district. I mean, I think we want to attract people and show that it is lively. And so when you take that away, it just looks like we're still dead. And I don't know if people would know that we're hosting an event somewhere in the back of town. So, I think that's something to look at. But again, I want to be mindful of our businesses and, make sure we're reaching out to them and getting their input from them as well. And I love the idea of Councilmember Morris Lopez's, where the restaurants could participate in that, whatever that street market thing, whatever it is. So great work. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I have nothing else to add other than I feel choosing a particular day in respect or versus when most of the restaurants are closed downtown, I don't interpret that as being a stifling competition. Hollister has a particular night. I believe it's Tuesday. Maybe it was arbitrary. So anyway, everything else that was said, I agree. One topic, I don't mean to be devil's advocate, no pun intended. What about the vendors that are attached to the church? Is that something that hands off? If they're encroaching on our street, do we talk to them? How does that work? And do we know that they have health department inspections? Because I would hate to know that if the community residents go up to the church and buy products and they're not being permitted by the health department, and there is, an outbreak of E. coli, or there's, ill effects, that's something that we need to be concerned with.
Yes, I can respond to a couple of those additional questions and comments. So part of having that broader definition of mobile food facility allowed for tents as well as trucks. And so that was part of why we added in that definition to make it a little bit broader. So yes, downtown restaurants, if they wanted to set up a tent under the current ordinance, they would just submit an application like everyone else. The events, if the food vendors associated with the mission do have health permits, and those that are not associated with the mission, our enforcement officer has been in communication with. and we are working to bring those into compliance. Additionally, the entertainment district, I know we're going to look at having further economic development discussions in future meetings, and so we can address that separately under another meeting.
Thank you.
Good
My
call.
apologies. One last question that had come up earlier, and I don't want to forget answering it in relationship to sidewalk vendors. There are restrictions on not allowing them in certain areas under Senate Bill 946. And so we would need to be very diligent that we aren't in violation of state law. So we can look at that further as well.
Thank you.
Good call, Jackie, on the church ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's treated as kind of like a embassy, right?
Yes.
A little bit, and so, yep. I had a train of thought. I have a question, two questions really. One, how do we handle all of I know you were asking if it's the will of the council on a lot of those scratches and changes.
Mm-hmm.
Do we take eyes on those? Do we vote on them? How do we handle those is question number one. And then question number two is, can somebody remind me, A, where the 4-hour limit came from on this? And then B, how we chose to apply that 4-hour limit to both private property and public streets. It makes more sense to me for the public streets, less sense to me for the private property. And are there property rights laws that are violated with restricting hours of business for conditional use permits on private property? Just things that were rolling around in my head while folks were talking.
Some of it had to do, private property had to do with hours of operation.
And it was the tulip too at the time when we created that.
Right.
Serving as a planning commissioner, there was a temporary conditional use permit
Use
that
of
we were
land,
issuing.
yeah.
And it had to deal with food trucks being at Vertigo or certain businesses and how long we were going to have them park there. And then for the downtown district, we didn't want them all just hanging out.
I get the downtown district
Yeah.
and the streets. I get that, but I understand, like, but most of our businesses aren't open. We want to tie it to business hours or private property. They're not open for 4 hours. And so I'd be curious to see, I just wanted to know, were we looking at some sort of state guidance? Were we shooting from the hip? Is there federal guidance on the hours to apply that 4 hours specifically to the private property?
I can a little bit answer that. The 4 hours is part of that 2024 work that was done. The private property wasn't actually really addressed in the previous ordinance, and so that was kind of brought in to start addressing allowing it, because we have some that are conditional use permit, we have some that are this temporary use permit, but it only allows it for 6 months. And so it was to start to tie all the pieces together. And so we can relook at that as part of the comments that we hear tonight and bringing back a revised draft.
Awesome. Thank you. And then the part, I guess the initial one was aimed at the lady in charge. How do we handle all the scratches? Do we discuss those now and collect eyes on them? Or do we, I don't know what's the process? Yeah, but in terms of, like, if we as the council say we want to give direction or say remove this section, add that section now, we have to, do we just nod and all say, yeah, we agree on that one? Or does the majority rule there?
No, Ariel, how do you want to handle the different additions or changes to the ordinance? Because she has to bring it back
Yeah, how about to make it a little bit simpler? I was taking notes, so why don't I go through my list of changes I see, and then if there's anything else, you can do maybe a friendly amendment or add. One is between now and the next council meeting to have more discussion with our businesses, letting them know that we're bringing this ordinance back to address the days of the week, Monday and Tuesday, and not other days, to address the location maybe removing across from the Chevron on McMillamy, and maybe adding Rudy Park as a substitute, bringing that back. Additionally, looking at the cleaning up just the hours of not exceeding 4 hours, but within the 7 to 10, but also looking at the hours for private property, not limiting the 4 hours to the private property. And I think that concludes all the specific red line changes I heard.
So I have a question, if I may, about not limiting the hours on private property. How does that work with the conditional use permits that we currently have?
We can just add language to the ordinance that it has to be consistent with existing entitlements.
So if one property has a conditional use permit for 4 hours, they can only be 4 hours, but if a new property comes out and says, I want it from 7 to 10 or whatever, I want it for 5 hours, then they get that?
So what I would say, and my staff recommendation, is that the ordinance for private property, if we were to take away the 4-hour minimum, that they're operating between 7 to 10 as consistent with this ordinance. However, let's just say, and I'm not aware of a business, but let's just say a business is under their conditional use permit, that the business hours are allowed to operate till 11 p.m. As part of it. Well, then we would take a look at that one-off situation, and maybe it would allow for that additional hour. We could also bring back some recommendations. We can address that issue and bring back some recommendations.
I'm confused as well, because it would be the person who wanted to have 5 hours that only has a conditional use permit for 4. How does that work? They have to reapply for a conditional use permit, or that conditional use permit goes away and they come under this new ordinance?
They could apply for the permit under this new ordinance, and not necessarily have to reopen their conditional use permit.
And then pay for the new fee?
Correct.
Yeah, not a fan of that. You had something?
No, I was just thinking that I'm not in favor of extending till 11 p.m. just because we have a noise ordinance. I think and I can understand the difference between a public street property versus a private property, that you would have a little bit, I guess, more leeway. And if you have that conditional use permit, to have their longer hours. But I also feel that the start of the day, there's a noise ordinance, and the end of the day, there's a hard stop. So I don't feel there should be any fluctuation for either one of those timeframes. And maybe even, take a look at 7 to 10. That's a long stretch. I'd be more in favor of, 9. People get ready for their lunch crew, whatever, versus 7 a.m. to 10. How many hours is that?
Too many.
So, and not to ignore the elephant in the room, and I know that Madam Mayor and I are well aware of conditional use permits on 2 private properties that have food trucks. One is there for 4 hours, and the other one there, honestly, I think is there quite a bit. Yeah.
We can review all these comments and then come back with some options, some red line recommendations and options for consideration at our next meeting.
I'm okay with that. I would ask though, if we could, one of them would be to start out gentle instead of having an overload of food trucks 7 days a week. And to start out on a Monday and Tuesday and see how that works. When we're talking about the 3 locations or 4 locations. And I'm not saying get rid of the McCollum Chevron right now because there is no building there. But it will be something that we might have to revisit at a later date when a building does come in. I don't, they're going to have a parking lot. So will that impede that flow? So, yeah, I'm not saying anything about getting rid of that location right now. But one of my recommendations now would be to limit the days that we have to not oversaturate the city, and nobody's going to go to any of them. And then that would negate my 3-hour dissertation on food trucks. Sorry.
So again, I'm just trying to make sure we get all this. I'm trying to figure.
Yeah.
I hear lots of constructive feedback and changes. Some of them are conflicting with each other. How do we?
Yeah. So, right, if you could capture all of those and bring it back on the 18th, that would be awesome.
And then some of them are in conflict with each other, right? Like,
100%.
so capturing them and showing them either how through your mind, you might combine them, Ariel, or I don't know how we deal with the differences other than voting or eyeing on it. And
Go ahead.
So, I mean,
Ariel, hang on one second. Our city manager would like to chime in.
Sorry, I just need, my brain just was going in too many different directions and it's not very clear. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna make a recommendation because this is a first reading, that before we bring it back for our second reading, we get some direction on what you want to see within the second reading. So my suggestion is going to be that in August, we just have a discussion and you provide direction. And Ariel will take all the notes, because I took notes too. We'll take all the notes, we'll bring them back and we'll say, okay, this is what you told us. What do you want to do? We'll have that discussion, we'll finalize it, and then we'll bring back the second reading in September, because it's good because we have a whole month of quiet in July where we can try to work together to streamline it. But I don't think it's a good idea to bring it back for a full-on second reading when we do have a lot of competing and conflicting ideas.
I love that. So the direction, sorry, we actually need a motion.
yeah, but I think your suggestion actually does help me with my confusion of like,
Yeah.
'cause we're all saying stuff and we're having a good discussion. Consensus on something. Like, I think that's how we get it. So we have a discussion. At the end of the discussion, there's consensus. Other than like, because right now we'd have to sit
Right.
here and
Yeah, discuss
here's
each.
your ideas.
Yeah. So, so I guess the motion would be to bring this back as a discussion item on August 18th.
I don't think you need a motion. You could,
Just the direction?
yeah.
Okay. Then as a council, we would like, correct me if I'm wrong, bring this back on August 18th for a discussion on all of the various comments and red lines.
Yes.
Agreed.
Thank you. Oh, did I open public? We didn't have any. Thank you very much. Moving right along. Where were we? Thank you. Consent agenda. Wow. Wow, we don't have enough hours in the day. All matters listed under the San Juan Bautista City Council consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the city council or the public requests a discussion on a separate vote. Would any member of the council like to pull an agenda item, an item on the consent agenda? Councilmember Aranda.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No.
You guys are scaring me now. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No.
You're,
I thought about it.
you're killing me.
Thought about it.
You're killing me. I would like to, please.
Just pretend you're colorblind. Don't. There's nothing highlighted there.
Okay. O. Only because I didn't see the minutes.
Madam Mayor, those, that's being tabled. My apologies.
Thank
They
you.
did not make it to the packet.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong agenda too. Was it on there? Oh.
Yep.
Oh, there you go. Oh, minutes tabled to the next meeting. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was reading off of my other one. Hadn't gotten to that one yet. Only because I don't know what it is. Sorry. And I suppose that's it. Do we have anybody from the public who would like to pull an item?
Yes, we do. We have item 3F, 3J, and
F.
J.
and M.
N.
M for Mike.
And is it Mike?
Mike.
Elemental P.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve A, B, C, D, thank you for that, E, G, H, K, L, N.
Forgot I.
I was pulled.
So
Oh,
move.
I was pulled. Oh, my
Thank you.
bad.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Aranda made the motion. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia seconded it. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I ask that we go in order?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Item F, adopt a list of projects for fiscal year 2025, 2026 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017.
Ms. Karavank.
Thank you. Hi, Cara. Welcome.
Thank you, Karavank. Let's see, road repair. I'm just want to make sure that the public will be noticed on any of these proposed repairs and an opportunity to comment. And the reason is that we need to be very mindful of the historic, hardscape. And when we did Third Street, we made sure that the let's see, the scoring and the texture and the color coordinated with the historic sidewalks. And also there were issues about the tactile mats, that are for vision impaired people, what color that was going to be. So I know some of us in the community would like to have an opportunity to weigh in on the design and, things of that nature. So I'm just hoping that we'll have an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Technical
Okay. This is where we don't have any conversation, comments, anything. Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to approve 3F?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please? There you go. You were green. Now, go.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Item I, that was pulled by me. Market and food trucks. This is a city recommendation?
Through the mayor.
Huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is an opportunity for us to work with our community on activating some spaces that need activation for economic development. We put it here to go hand in hand with the discussion regarding the mobile food truck ordinance. We understand that is, still under development. The idea here is that we have a lot of summer activities planned, hopefully some movie nights, and that we may be able to also combine that with some food trucks. So we'd like to start planning for that.
Super cool. Thank you for that. May I have a motion to approve item I?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia. May I have a roll call?
Sorry, Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. J, downtown trash enclosure feasibility, funding and potential location to support compliance with mandatory refuse and recycling collection requirements.
Thank you, members of the council. Caravank. It wasn't clear to me are we just talking about commercial businesses or commercial and public? Because right now we have the rustic barrels on the street, in our National Register Historic District for the public to use. So, and I wonder how many of our commercial businesses don't have a place in the back. I'm concerned as being, very interested in maintaining our historic character, how this is going to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. May I have a motion to approve item J?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. K? Oh, no, that was your A. Thank you for that. M, Public Safety, Public Works, Community Service Department update. I had too many.
Michael Ponce.
Thank you. Hi, welcome, Michael.
Hi, hello. We went over this last time. Do I get to hear the report and then make comment on the report? Last time I was able to do it.
The report is in the packet.
So the report is not
if-
public, not addressed in the public, so the rest of the public could hear that hasn't read the
It's
packet.
publicly in the packet. If you would like to comment on anything on,
All right, we'll go this route then. I'm here as a member of the San Juan Bautista Service Club, Vice Chair. Here to request for the record, a monthly detailed report due every third Monday of the month on Abbey Park, all said park activities, backed by resolution 2022-52, which states in the first paragraph, whereas on July 8th, 1939, consistent with the last will and testament of Frank A. Abbey, Abbey Park was dedicated by grant deed to the city, subject to the following restrictions. Number one, shall be used as a recreational park. Number two, shall be called Abbey Recreational Park. Number three, for as long as the San Juan Service Club functions in the city of San Juan, said San Juan Service Club shall have control of said park activities. So the Service Club is requesting a monthly report on what's going on at the park every month. And the reason why we're requesting it on the third Monday is we meet on the third Thursday, so we can review that report and discuss it. The reason why we're doing this is, I don't know if council is aware, but we've been having some difficulties with the park use this year, which we have never had in the last 8 to 10 years that I've been involved with the park. I don't know how we got to this point, but I'd like to further work on it. I know that there is a proposal on a Abbey Park Sports Group use procedure, which I've looked at and looks really good. And I'm hoping that there's continued work on developing this procedure for Abbey Park. Abbey Park is treated just like any other park here in town. There's a San Juan Bautista City Park permit. In 2024, we had Monday Night Lights series events held at the ballpark. I'm looking at the permit here by the city of San Juan Bautista Rec Department to use Abbey Park. So I don't see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve the Public Safety, Public Works, and Community Service Department update?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Action items. 4A, adoption of the fiscal year 2026-27 operational and capital budget and related fiscal balancing adjustments.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the public. If you just give me
Sorry.
1 second to
Thank you. This is being brought to us by the city manager, Ashley Collick. Thank you. Some sheet.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm moving stuff around and it's been a long night. Good evening,
My bad.
good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Thank you for sticking around. Ashley Collick, City Manager, here to discuss the adoption of the city's budget for fiscal year 26-27. It's the operating budget, the capital improvement plan, and our fiscal balancing plan. So tonight, I just want to let you know, like, this budget reflects the priorities discussed during the May 26th budget study session. We received public input through that process, and after which we conducted some additional analysis. And while the city will continue to face some financial challenges, this budget maintains essential municipal services, advances critical infrastructure projects, and provides a balanced financial plan for the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. I want to begin by this quote because I'm a super nerdy, Trekkie person. The
Good one, I know. Yes.
the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. Uh, Municipal budgeting is ultimately about stewardship. And every year, we are faced with more needs than available resources. And our responsibility is to make decisions that serve the broader community, maintain essential services, and ensure that long-term sustainability of the organization. And that philosophy has guided the staff throughout this budget development process. Next slide, please. So that process began with departmental review and financial analysis. We developed the proposed budget. We presented it during the May 26th budget study session. We received feedback from the council and the public, and then we conducted additional review of revenues, expenditures, organizational structure, and operational needs. So that document, the budget document tonight, reflects that work. Next slide. During the May 26th budget study session, we focused primarily on the city's long-term fiscal sustainability, infrastructure obligations, operational pressures, and structural financial challenges. And following that session, we conducted an additional review of departmental expenditures, revenue assumptions, the organization structure, and cost allocations. We refined department budgets. We updated expenditure assumptions to ensure costs were being assigned to the departments that actually perform the work. And this additional analysis identified a combined general fund and community development funding gap of approximately $775,000. The challenge before us was identifying a path to balance the budget while maintaining service levels, continuing critical infrastructure investments, and preserving organizational capacity. Our objective was to minimize impacts to services while maintaining fiscal responsibility and positioning the city for long-term sustainability. Next slide, please. And throughout the budget process, several recurring themes emerged. Council and community members emphasized protecting core municipal services, maintaining infrastructure, supporting economic vitality, improving fiscal sustainability, and preserving the unique character of San Juan Bautista. And these priorities became the framework for staff recommendations and budget adjustments. Next slide, please. I've said this a couple of times and over the course of a couple of different presentations, but the city has truly shifted from stabilization to implementation. And over the past several years, the city has made significant progress in strengthening the organization. Major accomplishments include advancing the sewer force main project, internalizing community development functions, completing the user fee study, implementing organizational improvements, advancing the capital improvement program, and strengthening long-term infrastructure planning. And these efforts have improved accountability, service delivery, and organizational capacity. And personnel investments over the past several years have reflected the internalization of services, filling critical vacancies, strengthening organizational capacity, and reducing reliance on outside consultants. And as a result, the city is now in a stronger position to focus on implementation, service delivery, and long-term sustainability. But at the same time, important challenges remain. Public safety continues to be one of the city's largest cost drivers. Infrastructure needs remain significant. Revenue growth remains limited. Regulatory requirements continue to increase. And the city must continue strengthening organizational capacity while operating within a constrained financial environment. These realities shaped many of the decisions reflected in this budget. Next slide, please. And over the past 2 budget cycles, the city has already implemented a number of cost containment measures, including staffing adjustments, operational restructuring, consultant reduction, internalization of services, position management strategies. The proposed budget continues that approach through line-by-line expenditure review and a needs versus wants assessment. I'm going to say that one more time for emphasis because we really went line by line through this budget. And it is definitely needs versus wants. What do we absolutely have to do over the next year? And that's what we focused on. And before recommending any use of one-time funding sources, we undertook a comprehensive review of the proposed budget. And similar to prior fiscal years, this proposed budget does not include a cost of living adjustment for employees. And I'll say that again for emphasis, because last year we didn't have a COLA adjustment, and this year we're not going to have one either. Requests that were not essential to maintaining core services, meeting legal obligations, or supporting critical infrastructure were reduced, deferred, or eliminated. Here. We also reviewed departmental allocations to ensure expenditures and revenues were being assigned appropriately. And as a part of that effort, code enforcement was aligned with the community development and department, and engineering functions were aligned with public works. And these adjustments better reflect operational flows, improve accountability, and provide a more accurate picture of departmental costs and cost recovery. These actions reduced expenditures, improved budget accuracy, and refined the city's understanding of the remaining funding gap before any balancing transfers were considered. And one of the key lessons throughout this process is that deferred decisions eventually become structural challenges. Whether infrastructure investments, fee updates, operational improvements, or equipment replacement, postponing action often increases future costs and limits future flexibility. The budget before you tonight is different than the budget discussed on May 26th because staff continued refining allocations, reviewing expenditures, and making adjustments following feedback. And that's exactly what the study session process is intended to accomplish. Perfect. So during the study session, there were some questions raised regarding revenues and available fund balance. Staff evaluated those options carefully. However, not all revenues are available for discretionary use. Many funds are legally restricted and committed for specific purposes or necessary to maintain operational stability. And as a result, staff focused on identifying available funding sources that could address the budget gap while preserving the city's long-term financial flexibility. And after implementing expenditure reductions, organizational adjustments, and budget refinements, we've identified a remaining funding gap required targeting balancing measures. The proposed balancing plan includes the use of about 220 of library impact fees, 300,000 from PARSAC funds, and 255,000 from an enterprise loan repayment. Together, the enterprise loans, well, let me back up for 1 second. The 255,000 representing a partial repayment of outstanding interfund loan obligations.
I got my water.
Could whoever is
Mute.
over talking on Zoom, please mute themselves? Can I go home now? Sorry, let me back up 5 seconds. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to start over. I'm just start over again. The balancing strategy. 220,000 from the library impact account, 300,000 from the PARSAC funds, which is a savings account that the city has, and 255,000 of interfund loan obligations owed by the water and sewer enterprise to the general fund. So together, the enterprise funds currently owe approximately $1.4 million to the general fund. That is not a new loan. It is a partial repayment of an existing obligation. So we evaluated the financial condition of both enterprise funds, sewer and water, and determined that this repayment can be accommodated without adversely affecting utility operations, capital projects,
regulatory compliance requirements, debt obligations, or reserve levels. Combined, these funding sources fully eliminate the remaining budget gap and result in a balanced fiscal year 26-27 budget. While this solution does include one-time funding sources, it provides stability while longer-term financial strategies continue to be developed. Staff will continue to aggressively pursue grant funding opportunities whenever available. Grants are an important tool for infrastructure and capital projects. However, grants generally cannot be relied upon to fund ongoing operating expenses or core municipal services. Long-term sustainability ultimately requires both expenditure discipline and sustainable revenue sources. And as you can see, the slide here clearly shows we've managed to get to a balanced budget. So looking beyond 26-27, we remain focused on improving the city's long-term financial position. Key initiatives include implementation of the user fee study, improving cost recovery, supporting economic development efforts, strengthening revenues, and diversifying revenue sources. The goal is to reduce reliance on one-time resources and improve structural financial sustainability over time. Next slide, please. I'm going to highlight a little bit of the CIP. It's also in your budget. The CIP program continues as the city's investment in infrastructure, facilities, equipment, and long-range planning. And the projects shown here are representative of the broader CIP and reflect investments across multiple priority areas. The imported water project remains one of the city's most significant long-term infrastructure initiatives. The pavement management program supports roadway preservation and maintenance, and the downtown revitalization efforts are intended to strengthen economic activity and enhance visitor experience. Fire engine procurement supports long-term public safety readiness, and the urban boundary and sphere planning will help guide future land use discussions and community planning efforts. This project is not intended to expand the city's boundaries. Rather, it implements prior council direction regarding the sphere of influence and urban boundary, including the planning, environmental review, and LAFCO coordination necessary to complete that process. And the sewer force main project represents one of the most significant infrastructure investments undertaken by the city in recent decades. And together, these projects support reliability, safety, economic vitality, and long-term sustainability. Next slide, please. Throughout the budget process, council discussions often return to the question of what services are most essential. Staff believe the foundation of municipal government is the reliable delivery of core services, including water, wastewater, public safety, streets, planning, building safety, and financial stewardship. The proposed budget prioritizes those services first. The reality of municipal budgeting is that needs frequently exceed available resources. Staff evaluated expenditures through a needs versus wants framework, prioritizing legal obligations, public safety, infrastructure reliability, and core service delivery before considering discretionary enhancements. The budget is ultimately an implementation tool for the city's strategic plan. The investments included in both the operating budget and capital improvement program support economic vitality, infrastructure investment, community character, transparent government, and organizational effectiveness. And this budget reflects the priorities established by the council and advances the long-term vision of the community. And no, this budget is not perfect. It does not solve every long-term challenge facing the city. But what it does do is provide a balanced and responsible path forward that protects services, continues infrastructure investment, and positions the organization to address those challenges in the years ahead. And over the past several years, the city has made significant progress strengthening its organizational capacity, advancing critical infrastructure projects, improving operational accountability, and laying the foundation for long-term fiscal sustainability. And this budget builds upon that progress and reflects a commitment to responsible stewardship, strategic investment, preserving the character and quality of life that makes San Juan Bautista unique. And ultimately, the budget is more than a financial document. It is the implementation plan for the council's priorities and the community's vision for the future. And with that, next slide. I recommend the adoption of the fiscal year 26-27 operating budget, capital improvement plan, and approval of the fiscal balancing adjustments. And I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda.
No, I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time. I know that that was a lot to go through. I appreciate you guys going back and looking at line items, trying to figure out where we could save a buck, which is really important. And so I'm just grateful that we have a game plan and that you guys really put some work and effort into it. And I know it's not easy. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you for the city staff and city manager for spearheading this hard, difficult work. And I want to thank the staff and employees at large for the city of San Juan to be in alignment with not getting a COLA raise for the second year in a row. I know that's got to be a hard thing, and I really appreciate the sacrifice that everybody was willing to make for the benefit of all the community and not just one or themselves. So I appreciate that. And I like the fact that you are capturing that this is a balanced budget for this year, but that doesn't mean that it will be that way for next year or coming years. And we as a community really have to pull back and look at our direction. And anyone that knows me and how I operate, how I roll, why I came to this dais is on responsible slow growth and historic preservation and land preservation and et cetera. But sometimes you have to take a really close look at where can we make some modifications in that in our own personal stance for the benefit of all, and that's the survival for our town. So I'm willing to take that second look at my own personal philosophy and agendas. I don't like agenda, but my personal philosophy, but always keeping in mind the betterment of the community. But these are hard times, and we no longer have the ideal cement plant here. We do have shops closing downtown, have closed. We're not the only town that's suffering from this economic downturn. As I told you at the last meeting, a cruise down El Camino Real through Santa Clara County, I was really surprised to see a lot of shops closed. So we have to really look forward, but I'm thankful for this day that we have a balanced budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I didn't think you were going to do it, but you did. Seconding what I did, it was looking at numbers and paying attention as we look at going the things we're not doing in terms of bringing businesses in, like Councilmember Morris Lopez is saying, more things closing than opening, or staying open. None of these things look good, and it may seem like just another downtown business closing when we see some of these places close, but those are dollars not coming into city coffers, and we're asking our city staff to do more and more with less and less. And so I really, a lot of what you said, Councilmember Morris Lopez, really resonated with me in terms of recognizing that in California we're not alone in this, and then really wanting to look at, you don't compromise your, I'd call it morals, not an agenda, and I think that probably also resonates with yeah. But we don't compromise our morals and what we really want to be about in town, but we really need to take a look at and revisit our approach to achieving our goals and encouraging some more vibrancy downtown and throughout the town. In terms of cuts and things, were there any adjustments and cuts to staff time and hours for those who aren't salaried?
We considered that. Ultimately, we kept with the same structure as last year with the addition of internalizing community development. We've had some discussions about staffing at the library, but we're trying to hold the line at 3 library tech, and we've made that decision based on the patronage at the library and what's reasonable there.
Yeah. And my aim, my agenda at asking that question is so that folks really understand, like when we're looking through these budget numbers and things, when somebody might want to go down to the library and they're like, it's not open, like it's all tied together, right? Like and making sure people really understand how those threads come
Absolutely.
together.
So here's the thing. I really had to question, do we need the library open for 3 hours on a Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
But there's the community, does the community benefit outweigh, a financial decision, right? And ultimately, there are our residents who appreciate the library being open for 3 hours. It's also a safe place for people. Like the library is a community hub, so you do have to be very mindful and respectful of the purpose of the library, because it is a safe place for absolutely everyone.
Yep.
So
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Once again, love the beginning quote. Fan favorite. I appreciate everything that went into this budget. I appreciate everything that you have looked at on how we can grab money from that wasn't sure we actually had and could spare it. I was thrilled that the enterprise funds were flush so that we did have some cash to pay back. That was nice to see at the last council meeting. Excuse me. It is very disruptive. Thank you. The Parsec fund and the library impact fees. And appreciate the sacrifice, like Councilmember Morris Lopez said, of all of our employees for the second year in a row going without COLA. Each department now has its own budget that they can look at and they're responsible for.
correct.
And that's huge for the city. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have Cara Vonk and Michael Ponce.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Cara.
Thank you. Again, I really appreciate that we were able to balance the budget as a member of the community. I just wanted to make a really minor comment. And I think it was under this item. It was on page 838 of the packet. And it was a San Juan Bautista profile. Was it under this item? I think it was. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, it starts off with a history of San Juan Bautista, pretty brief. And it mentions the mission and it mentions how we have this historic square. I would like to see it also add that we have a National Register historic downtown, because I think that's, maybe they used old language, but now, we have that. So if you could include that, I'd love to see that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Michael Ponce.
Michael, welcome.
Thank you. I'm very concerned about the long-term financial sustainability of San Juan. I feel that we have overhired, and I put some of that on the council because the council was the one that approved most of the hiring that we've done. If you look at the graph on page 23 of the budget, it shows expenditures by object for fiscal year 27, contractual and other services, wages and benefits is $2.4 million of the budget. In fiscal year 2026 actual, same wages, benefits, and contractual services was $1.1 million. Why is it doubled in 1 year? I can go back and look at a bunch of funds. City Council Department 10 doubles in 27. It was 72,000. This next year is 147,000. City attorney increased by 105,000. City manager went from 64,000 to 121,000. And it just goes on and on and on. These are all doubling. A lot of these departments are designed to pay for themselves by permit fees, and other fees that the city brings in for that department, and it doesn't even come close to paying that. So what do we have to do? We got to, again, like I've mentioned before, we got to dip into the general fund. It doesn't make sense to me. Again, grants aren't guaranteed, and the enterprise fund is not flush. We owe $1.4 million, and my guess is that's from the old pellet stove. We're still paying for that old pellet stove that we bought years ago for over $1 million. What happened to that? That equipment's not out there no more. What happened to it? It's $1 million worth of equipment. It's gone. We paid for a fire engine, $1.2 million for the fire engine, and we don't even know if we're gonna have a fire department in 2 years. And don't get me started on the fire engine. City of Hollister requires us to have a new fire engine so they can run it into the ground. And then in 10 years, they're gonna come back and say, buy us another one. And 10% of the calls are San Juan, the rest are county and City of Hollister, whoever's doing our fire department. City of Hollister right now is managing the fire department. We're paying for a fire engine for them to run in the ground. It doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the council, Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, thank you to the public for the comments, but I just want to at this point I stand with the city. I think our city manager, our staff has really put in the effort to make this work, and one of the reasons why we have all these employees, and I know this topic comes up a lot because I hear it from when I'm walking the streets and people bring it up. The public brings it up to me, but one of the things we struggled with was service, and we used to have 4-leaf here, which would mess things up all the time. Things would take long for things to get approved. It's been a mess. And what we have accomplished here at the city has been getting things in order. Ashley has done a really great job at making that happen. We got rid of 4-leaf. We have all these people on site. And I feel like we've been making a bigger, making some really great adjustments with processes and service. On top of all that, it's one of the reasons why we're looking at our fee schedule and updating it. Our departments, yes, the fees have gone up, cost of living has gone up, services have gone up, but you know what hasn't gone up? Our fees. And so if we're talking about budgets and how to sustain those budgets and pay for things, well, we need to adjust our fee schedule so that we can pay for those things, because we've been giving a lot of things away for free. And that's a hard pill to swallow. These are hard decisions to make. And definitely there was a meeting where I had brought up, hey, I don't feel comfortable. I don't understand where we stand with our budget. Yes, we purchased a fire truck. Yes, we worked on the water service main. We have made major infrastructure adjustments to the city. And yes, we need to figure out how we can come up with how to pay for these things, but also these were requests that came back from the public, right? We wanted a firehouse. We wanted a new fire engine. We wanted to provide these services to everyone. And so here we are. We approved it. We got everyone what they wanted. But yes, our job as a city is to figure out how to balance this budget and figure it out. And those are the measures we are taking now by actively looking at it, studying this budget, adjusting these fee schedules, and then hopefully we'll be looking at economic development to kind of turn this ship around. But I will stand with the city from that perspective of I think they've done a really great job of figuring out where to find these funds. Thank you again for balancing this budget for this year. Yes, I agree with the members of the public. This is concerning for the next following years, but we are working to figure it out, and I'm confident we will have a solution. Thank you.
Great comments. Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I think I said in my previous statements how I feel about the budget. And I really have looked at some of the things and I had questions too, contractual and other services. Seemed like it double, but that's just a perspective. When I look at those numbers, just to answer some of the concerns of community members, it's budgeted, but that doesn't mean in 2027 that we'll use that or exceed that. So that's how I interpret that. And as far as legal defense fees, I mean, there's a lot of things that we really can't talk about here at the dais that occur in closed sessions that require some expenditures in that category. And that's one of the things that happens with cities, there's things that happen behind the scenes that we're not privy to discuss with the public that translate into fees, increased fees. But I think that I'm really happy that staff did a really hard work in taking a second look, third look at every line item. And that is the whole purpose for the new fee schedule, was to address the shortfalls, as Councilmember Aranda said, and I believe Mr. Ponce had said. And that's one of the things. It's, we had to do this, and going forward in the future, and as far as the fire truck, we were operating on a very old piece of equipment. So, and the hopeful thing is that we're looking at other projects as far as addressing those needs, like a fire district. That's a whole other conversation. So focusing on the budget, I support this budget. It's balanced. We've been given points of clarification as to how we need to move forward, and that's the best we can do. And I appreciate once again the sacrifice of the city staff to take 2 years in a row without a COLA. Thank you.
Great comments. Thank you very much. Thanks for the clarification. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Again, agreed with, 100% of what both Councilmember Aranda and Councilmember Morris Lopez said in terms of staff appreciation for pulling this off, and helping us, bringing us along this journey of understanding what it takes to professionally run the city. We had, like, I remember this was maybe 6-7 months ago, maybe longer than that. Ashley came and sat each one of us down individually and was like, "Hey, I've been doing a lot of investigation and figuring out there are concerns, right, in terms of how we were spending our money, how we were spending our budget, and we've unwrapped and put all of those things on the right path. And now we have an understanding of what it costs to professionally run our city. And now there is a responsibility of, okay, we've balanced this a couple years in a row, understanding that. Let's go figure out how to make this more sustainable. And that's the work that's in front of us. And so I feel great about having this. And I think you've described it as such a couple of times, Ashley, this great foundation to be able to stand on going forward. And one thing that Councilmember Aranda said that I want to second specifically is there were a lot of complaints around um, the service that city staff was providing under the way things had been being running and from what our public was expecting. And I feel like we have answered that concern that has been completely flipped around and turned on its head. And from that perspective, like we are getting the service that the community expects and deserves. And, you know, part of that service is our city manager and city staff bringing us a budget and an honest budget that says, hey, I looked at these things. Here are all of our expenditures and operating costs, and here's what it is. Here's how we've solved it and balanced it. And instead of the answers that we had been getting previously of, you know, things being done behind closed doors, you know, assuming debt that we didn't really understand and didn't talk about. And yeah, I just feel really good about being able to go forward from this foundation. There is a lot of work to do. There are a lot of concerns that have been highlighted, and I agree with those concerns, but I would feel worse about knowing those things, not having a good foundation to operate out of.
Mayor, can I say one last?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Y'all on a roll.
I just wanted to also say to just so the public knows, you know, I speak to our city manager all the time, and one thing that I know for sure, and I just want to get out there is, yes, we have all these employees that are working here at City Hall, but I want to remind the public that they also work overtime, all these extra hours. I know I see Liz here. I've texted her at, I don't know, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and she's still here in the office. And not on top of all that, on top of all that, they wear multiple hats. So they're doing multiple jobs, and we're still paying that one single salary for all the jobs that they do. And so this is a lot of stuff that the public doesn't see behind the scenes, but you know, I support them and everything that they do. So thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Y'all did a phenomenal job recapping all of this. We appreciate all your services, all you have done, city attorney included. Up to bigger and better things next year. Thank you very much. I'd like to call for a motion to approve a resolution adopting the fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget, including revised appropriations, expenditure reductions, operational adjustments, and related fiscal balancing measures.
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Aranda. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. We can take 2 minutes.
Yeah, no,
Where the council will take a break for 2 minutes. We'll reconvene in a moment. Thank you very much for your patience.
She's in there. She's under Claire. She's okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, where were we at? What?
We're
on.
Okay, are we ready? Are we good? Hi, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for that. We appreciate it immensely. If it's the will of the council, I would like to move number 5, administrative report, the Urban Land Institute Technical Assistance Panel program and potential application for downtown evaluation ahead of an action item B, the disruption of the telephonic and internet services during public meeting policy.
No, I'm just kidding.
Are we
Yes.
good? Are we good? Wait, what? Are we good with that?
Good with
Yeah.
it.
Yes. Thank you. Claire, apologies for putting you to the very end. Welcome to the city of San Juan Bautista. Are you?
Hello. Didn't
Hi.
realize we were moving ahead. I just texted my colleagues that'll be joining.
Is that okay for you?
Yes, they're not on yet, but they should be shortly. So maybe we do want to do 4B.
You want to? Okay.
So we go back.
Yep, great.
Okay. Now I'm lost. Action item 4B, disruption of telephonic and internet services during public meeting policy. City Clerk, Elizabeth Soto, take it away. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item before you is for the adoption of the policy regarding disruption of telephonic or internet service during public meetings. This policy is intended to implement recent Brown Act statements under Senate Bill 707 and establishes procedures for responding when remote access is interrupted due to technology failures. This policy outlines steps for announcing a disruption, recessing the meeting while staff makes good faith efforts to restore service, reconvening the meeting when appropriate, and documenting restoration efforts in the meeting record. Adoption of this policy will provide clear guidance to staff and ensure continued transparency, public participation, and compliance with state law during technology disruptions. And staff recommends that you approve this resolution. And I wanted to let the City Council know that this needs to be implemented by July 1st, pursuant to Senate Bill 707.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Great.
Don't go anywhere. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, quick question. If the service disruption continues, is there like a time frame where we call it, or do we sit here till 10 o'clock trying to resolve it?
No, usually.
No.
Usually we can call a recess for an hour, and then after that hour, if we need more time, we can call an additional time. But after that, if we, even after everything that we've done, we still haven't resolved the issue, then we can, the council has to agree to continue the meeting without the full-on, technology support, Zoom and the telephone call-ins and stuff. So
Got it. And then I'm assuming, do we make like an announcement on the fly, like on a Facebook post, or that we just like that just happens and we just
yeah, we just kind of like make an announcement, and we have to make sure that it's documented. The efforts have to be documented in the minutes, like what steps did we take? What did we do? Did we announce? So everything has to be documented.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No, I think this is a great thing, but my question again is that if we documented and made it clear to the public that it's no longer a hybrid meeting, we can continue with that?
Yes, the council can choose to continue it, continue the meeting, or decide to, set it for another date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you.
An hour, that's a hard set. We can do 10 minutes, try our best, give it the old,
Well, the policy says at least an hour, just
At
to
least
make,
an hour.
the- yeah,
Okay.
at least an hour, yeah,
okay,
yes.
perfect. Okay. Questions, comments, concern from the public, from chambers?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor, and seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Aranda,
No, thank you again for the presentation.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions.
May I have a motion to approve a resolution adopting a policy regarding disruption of telephonic or internet services during public meetings to establish procedures for responding to disruptions in remote public access during city council meetings?
So moved. Oh,
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda?
yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item 5, administrative report. Hey, Claire, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you all?
Doing well, thank you. Do we have partners here?
Yes, yes, I'm here with some of our ULI TAP committee co-chairs, Mariana Ricker and Jason Dries-Daffner. And we have a presentation for you. We will try to keep it brief, knowing it's a little late. Would you like me to share my screen, or is somebody on your end going to share the presentation?
You have control.
Okay, great. I will share that.
And welcome, Mariana and Jason. Sorry for the lateness of this.
No need to apologize. Democracy is a good thing.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right. So, hello, everyone. My name is Claire Lowe, and I am the Public Sector and Community Engagement Coordinator with the Urban Land Institute, or ULI, San Francisco. And I'm here today with my committee members, Jason and Mariana, to discuss a little bit more about our organization and the Technical Assistance Panel, or TAPS program, with you. For starters, ULI is a global member-based nonprofit focusing on all elements of the land use industry and the built environment. The mission of ULI is to shape the built environment for transformative impact in communities worldwide. Our mission is really to connect industry professionals, inspire best practices, and lead in solving complex land use challenges. Taking a broad look at our ULI organization globally, we have over 45,000 members across the industry, and ULI San Francisco is just one of 53 district councils or chapters across the Americas. District councils focus on providing leadership and networking opportunities. We engage with communities, providing guidance on complex land use issues and sharing best practices through educational panels and forums, and building relationships within our membership base. Zooming in on ULI San Francisco, we are one of the largest district councils across the Americas, with over 2,300 members across the Bay Area, the greater Bay Area, with 25 different committees and product councils, and with 300 committee members, such as Jason and Mariana here. What makes ULI different is that we have a diverse membership base that represents the full spectrum of the industry, all the way from private sector developers, architects, engineers, attorneys, and public sector staff, agencies, nonprofit affordable housing developers, and community organizations, all the way to academic institutions and students. Today, I'm here specifically to talk to you about our Technical Assistance Panel program. A TAP is an intensive 2-day workshop that provides cities with expert recommendations to these complex land use challenges facing cities. We have conducted over 40 TAPs in the greater Bay Area. So San Juan Bautista is a little bit outside of our reach, but we'd love to expand as well. So what is a TAP? A TAP is bringing together a panel of expert volunteers who are objective in nature because they are from outside organizations volunteering their time. They're experts in their field, and each panel is custom tailored to the scope of each TAP. Our panelists know how important actionable recommendations are, so they provide recommendations that cities can start with tomorrow and then a few months from then, and then what cities can do in the long term. To better explain this process, I'd like to show you a really brief video from a tap we conducted in Brisbane. So hopefully it'll play. Let me know if you can't hear it for some reason. No audio, Claire.
The city of Brisbane, like all cities in California, went through a very difficult time in the recession. We had a relatively old industrial park, and we'd also seen kind of a decline in vacancy rates. We had seen a decline in property tax values. Some of our sales tax had eroded. We went to ULI and we said, here's the problem, and we would like to get a consortium of people who are experts that would be able to provide some input to us.
It's very common for a city, when faced with a situation like Brisbane is experiencing, to consider hiring a consultant to come in, assess the situation, look at the constraints, the opportunities. Such studies can run a few months in duration and require a much more significant budget than would something like the technical assistance panel that ULI provides.
The TAP panel is a way of bringing in new ideas and getting some fresh suggestions for approaching a problem without having to invest a lot of resources.
ULI assembles a group of experts in different disciplines, including development, real estate economics, transportation, design, architecture, public sector, policy, and so forth.
What makes it so valuable is the people on the TAP committee. People that run companies. They're people with years and years of experience. We come and we answer a concise group of questions, and we come in with the expertise to be able to do that.
And invariably, the TAP panel ends up reframing the questions in some way so that the community gets their answer, but they also get the benefit of the insights that the experts have. The technical assistance panel process starts with the city and ULI staff developing the set of questions and a briefing book for the ULI panelists.
And the TAP panel can listen to all this input, take everything we've studied about the community.
And we can start to say, well, what if you did this? And what if you did that? Getting people to think about an urban design framework in a way that they might not have thought of otherwise.
And put it together to see if we can solve some of the problems or give some of the issues a direction, and perhaps even bring the city together.
The information that we got back from the panelists was really invaluable. And the fact that we now have it all in one place, we're going to have a report, I think is going to give a momentum to the process that we were lacking in the past. One of the nice things about the technical assistance panel is it really gave us some focus on where our energy should be spent in the next couple of years. For any city that's looking at an opportunity in their community, this is an invaluable sort of asset to be able to bring to bear to get momentum moving forward, to make the decisions that you're going to have to make down the line.
If it'll let me. Next slide. Okay, so the video discussed it pretty well, but I'm just going to give a high-level overview of the process of how you conduct a TAP. Once we receive an application from the city, we work to assemble this panel of experts, while simultaneously the city is putting together a briefing book that provides the context for the whole workshop. We worked with the city to narrow down these questions to make it something that the panel can put together recommendations for, making it feasible. So after that is assembled, we do the TAP workshop, which I'll go into in a few minutes. Then a few months later, we provide a final report with the recommendations and the findings from the workshop to the city, and do a public webinar kind of discussing just the TAP outcomes. A year later, we will follow up with the city to see how things are going and see the impact from the TAP. In that TAP workshop, what does the 2-day TAP workshop look like? It starts with the city doing a quick briefing overview of the context from the briefing book, providing an overview of the scope. And then the city takes the panel on a site tour for the panel to understand the physical site conditions. Then the panel goes into interviews with all the relevant stakeholders to get a broad understanding of the situation at hand. Then taking all of that into consideration, the panel enters a closed-door working session to collaborate and develop these recommendations. Then finally, the panel presents their findings on that second day, findings and recommendations to the city. And now I will turn it over to Mariana.
Everyone, thank you for taking the time to learn a little bit more about ULIs and TAPs. Claire gave you an overall, picture of the process, and just want to talk a little bit more about some of the topics that TAPs can cover, which really is a whole range of things. Any land use or real estate related challenge that cities bring to ULI, we, can find the experts to tackle. But they do tend to sort of fall into a couple different categories. There are TAPs that look at a specific site within a community. There are TAPs that look, instead of at a particular physical location, look more at a policy or regulatory level, providing guidance, perhaps on land use policy or zoning changes. Economic development is pretty much a through line through all things we do for technical assistance. And then some of the more topical themes that have emerged, especially in the last few years for our committee, are TAPs that focus on housing and affordability, that focus on retail, and that focus on downtown revitalization. So we'll share a few examples that touch on some of these topics tonight. Next. The first example is a TAP we completed for Orinda back in 2017. The main purpose of the TAP was really to sort of restart some conversations that had started and stopped over the years about Orinda's downtown and what the collective vision and mission should be for downtown. So that was the first question that was asked of the panel, was to take sort of the existing mission statements that the city had drafted, and based on the feedback that was heard from the stakeholders during interview process, to really enhance and develop what is that collective vision for the next stage of downtown. The questions then got into some of the specifics related to streetscape design, restoration and planning recommendations for San Pablo Creek, which runs through the downtown, and a question about development standards as well. Next. So the panel developed that mission statement, which you can see across the top there, reflecting the downtown Orinda would be made up of inclusive spaces for all community members that respect Orinda's history and natural beauty and provide opportunities to celebrate, gather, shop, and eat, sustaining a safe, healthy, and vibrant community. But the other thing the panel did, and this is common across a lot of TAPs, is trying to sort of take larger challenges and break them down into perhaps bite-sized pieces or organizing frameworks that can help guide recommendations, is they divided the downtown, even within a small site like Orinda or a small city such as San Juan Bautista, they divided the downtown into 4 different districts: the Gateway District, the Village District, the Civic District, and the Crossroads District. And by grouping things into these 4 different districts, the panel was able to develop a specific set of priorities for each area, and then all of the subsequent recommendations, be it streetscape, be it design standards, were able to support the priorities of these districts. Next. Another example is the city of St. Helena. This TAP was completed in 2023 and was really focused on the main street of St. Helena. The initial question was assessing St. Helena's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This is a SWOT analysis, essentially, which is common in a lot of TAPs, whether spelled out in a question or not. And a lot of the questions were focused on placemaking and branding. So question number 2 was thinking about what St. Helena's distinctive brand can be, how they could differentiate themselves from some of their neighboring cities within wine country and attract more visitors. How the placemaking efforts interact with others' current city planning and land use regulation efforts. And for this city, they were really looking for a decision-making framework that would help with implementation, looking at existing city tools and the need for additional capacity to support the implementation of the panel's recommendations. Next. And these were the key takeaways for that TAP in St. Helena. Again, kind of coming back to those 3 key ideas of identity, placemaking, and decision-making. The first on identity, the TAP really recommended that the city build the brand together, interacting with the residents of St. Helena and working with the community to develop what that brand should be. The panel really emphasized that what's good for the residents is going to be good for visitors. Visitors wanting to come to, a place that has an authentic brand, and a great place to live and visit. The second was looking at more than just Main Street. The scope really began with Main Street, but in looking at the broader context of the downtown, the panel really advocated for thinking of it as a bigger system of adjacent streets, alleyways, where there could potentially be different opportunities for activation that would support what's happening on Main Street, and also highlighting a handful of opportunity sites that could really catalyze more growth and activation within this area. And then lastly, any action is better than inaction. The decision-making framework presented by the panel really provided a way of viewing, all of the different things that could be done and prioritizing those, trying to identify, yes, the big long-term plans that will take longer planning and more investment, but also what are the early wins or small wonders that can go a long way for building support within the community and making a difference while the city is working on some of those long range ideas. And we'll pass it to Jason to talk about a couple other examples.
Thank you, Mariana. Hi, I'm Jason. I'm a practicing architect. I've worked regionally and throughout the state. It's been a few years, but I've actually done a few projects or studied a few projects in San Juan Bautista, and it's a really special place. So thanks very much for the opportunity to discuss technical assistance panels. So Urban Land Institute San Francisco District Council has been engaged by the city of Dublin not once or twice, but actually 3 times over the course of a decade. And I think when we first started in 2011, it wasn't anticipated that we would work again with the city in 2018 and then again in 2021. But it tells an interesting story because we can understand, the essence of the place, the thing that makes Dublin special, but we can also work with the city of Dublin to help them respond to and proactively prepare for changes in land use, changes in commute patterns, changes in changes in how people live and work and take advantage of amenity spaces within the city. The first study in 2011 was shortly after they had implemented their specific plan, or really what they were asking ULI to do is help them understand how to prioritize. And similar to the conversation in Orinda, ULI looked at it in 3 main districts: the transit-oriented district, the retail district, and the Village Parkway district. And based on what was important then, 2011, that first TAP really focused on the transit-oriented district. By the time they got to 2018, the focus had shifted more to the downtown retail district, and ULI gave a series of recommendations, and some were short-term, implementable in 1 or 2 years, as Mariana said, sort of those small, easier wins. And the next set of recommendations took place, in 3 to 5 years, which in the lifetime of city is not a very long time, but in terms of the people implementing and executing, it does take some effort to sustain that over that half a decade. And then finally, in 2021, ULI was invited back to look at a very large parcel, about 77 acres, called the SCS property, and trying to understand what to do with that. The owners were looking to dispose of it or reinvent what it was. It's a piece of formerly agricultural land, but really surrounded by development. And what was interesting, most of ULI's TAPs, essentially, and Mariana's covered this, really cover 3 main areas. I mean, we go into depth in many different ways, but we're looking at land use, development economics, and community compatibility. And I think community compatibility really stood out here. In many urban design studies, you have a very large parcel, it's essentially going to be self-contained, right? It's going to look inward. It becomes a place unto itself. But instead, what the TAP panel discovered or withdrew or from the study or explored was this notion of it's particular to that part of Dublin. Dublin has its own identity, but even within Dublin, there are distinct neighborhoods. And this was really part of East Dublin. So it wanted to recognize the fact that it was part of this very, very localized neighborhood. And in fact, the study recommended breaking this site up into 2 or 3 major parcels and having each of those parcels, rather than be inward focusing, actually connect with bike paths, walking paths, and the way the automobile circulation is routed to the surrounding neighborhoods. So this wasn't an island in the middle of something, but it actually became part of this larger East Dublin identity. And I think anyone who has a small business probably knows to have a repeat client or repeat customer is really a testament to the service provided and to the value that is gained from having that service. So, we're really pleased with our relationship with Dublin and a number of other cities throughout the larger Bay Area. Speaking of which, you can have a sense of where we've provided technical assistance panels as far north as Petaluma, Napa, and San Helena, as far east as Vacaville and Brentwood, and even looking at something in Merced. And we've even done some work down in your neighbors, Morgan Hill, and up into Campbell and San Jose, and then all through the San Francisco Peninsula and the East Bay from Richmond through Castro Valley down to Fremont and Newark. So as Claire mentioned, I think more than 40 so far in the past few decades that we've been providing technical assistance panels.
So that is technical assistance panels or TAPs in a high level overview. Our webpage, I don't know if you are able to scan the QR code here, but I can also send these to Ariel to disperse as well. You can see the TAP archives and all of the different reports we have done in the different cities, as well as that video again or other information on TAPs, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So I was looking at the report or the packet, and I noticed that the cost was roughly, I think, $30,000 for a 2-day tap. And so my concern here is really, is that sufficient enough time to perform a site visit, meet with stakeholders, and do all the intensive workshops that we talk about there? Additionally, does TAP explore potential funding mechanisms for implementing strategies that you guys find in that study? One thing that the city is facing right now is we can study and evaluate what's wrong with their downtown district, but we don't have the funds or the budget to actually fix it. So one of my concerns is, okay, yeah, tell us what's wrong, how we can make it better, but if we don't have the money to fix it, then I mean, it doesn't really solve anything for us. So one of the things I want to see is how do we get money or funding or grants to actually pay for this stuff to actually make it work. And then also my last question would be to our city manager. Forgive me if I don't know, but is there budget for this 30K or 17K or whatever it is to pay for this tap? That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start that. But Mariana and Jason, feel free to add if you have anything else that I missed. So yes, the cost for the tap is $30,000. However, we are taking volunteers that you would not be able to hire. So a city manager from another city, you couldn't hire them to come and give you a consultation. Principals at architecture and development firms, CEOs sometimes, and presidents of companies. So these are people that are providing expertise. And can we get this done in the 2-day workshop? We have a process. We've done it 40 times, but that's just in the Bay Area. We do these taps across the country and actually globally with other ULI district councils. So we do have a process. It does work. I know it always seems kind of intense to do it over 2 days, and it definitely is when you're in the thick of it, but it always ends up coming together. And we do have longer versions of these called ASPs, or advisory service panels, which are 5-day workshops typically, and we fly in members from across the country or sometimes the world, depending on what the scope of the panel or the scope of the tap requires. So it does work. We've tried it. And then as far as economic feasibility, these are depending on the questions of the tap, we pick panelists that can answer those questions. We work hard to pick those panelists. And we've definitely done taps that answer that kind of question on how do we get funding for this. So we have people who are pro forma whizzes or economic feasibility experts, financial analysts. So if the TAP would require it, we would find that person to come and be a part of the panel. Jason, Mariana, did I miss anything?
I think that covered it. I didn't do a very good job of introducing myself, but in addition to co-chairing our committee, I have had the pleasure of being a participant of 6 different TAPs, and the 2 days are very packed, but that is kind of what makes it so wonderful. I mean, it's really a unique experience to have this group of experts essentially locked in a room for 2 days straight, focused on the challenge at hand with all of the resources at their fingertips. And so a lot can get accomplished within those 2 days for tackling difficult challenges. And, again, the panel isn't going to provide complete, everything fully buttoned up and ready, but it provides a roadmap that is really implementation focused, and hopefully unlocks some of the opportunities and identifies future opportunities.
And then also, city manager, do we know if we have?
Thank you for the question. The TAP program we incorporated it as a placeholder in the CIP. It is not currently funded in the budget. If that is something the will of the council wants to plan for it and apply, then obviously we would move in that direction and figure out funding. But as for today, we wanted you guys to have the opportunity to hear directly from the experts on the program, because that is a kind of closing the loop on what we decided with the strategic plan.
Got it. Thank you. And that's all I had. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So right out of the gate, the title of your company or your program, Urban Development. And I just want to say you realize that our city is around 2,200, so I don't consider, nor does anyone in the room, that we're urban. Have you done any homework on our little city and who we are? Because what I envision and what I see has been and I'm a long time, I mean, I was born, raised in this town, 4th generation. So what it was when I was a kid is no longer what I see now. There's 3 separate entities in town. There's the California State Park, there is the Monterey Diocese or California Mission, and then there's the city of San Juan Bautista. And a long time ago, the 3 entities worked very closely together for the betterment of the community, and there was a lot of tourism. So now it seems like we work in silos. How can you fix that challenge? And also, anyone on your staff or board, I see the list of cities, they're mostly urban. Morgan Hill, I consider quasi-urban, not really rural like ours. How would you approach our little town?
Yeah, so I just wanted to correct, the name is Urban Land Institute, not Urban Development. But you have the right idea. Urban is typically what ULI San Francisco has done in the past. However, we are all across the country. And we have done TAPs in not we specifically, but the Urban Land Institute has done TAPs in very small towns as well. Mariana, do you want to speak a little bit on your background with San Juan Bautista?
Yeah, absolutely. So I had the pleasure of touring San Juan Bautista, walking around with the mayor as well as with Ariel in, I think, early January. So that was really helpful to familiarize myself with the downtown context, and, sort of the different stakeholders as you're describing. I think, the TAP is a good objective third party to bring together potentially different partners or stakeholders who aren't seen eye to eye at the time. A lot of that gets accomplished during those stakeholder interviews. So for example, when deciding who the panel should speak to on that first day, it would be important to have representatives, from all of the various different parties that you mentioned. And again, as Claire said, yes, we are based in San Francisco and have done a number of these TAPs in urban areas. But, we're also very comfortable working with smaller cities if if that's the case, I mean, St. Helena is larger than San Juan Bautista, but still under 6,000 residents. A lot of the elements within that TAP did focus on sort of capacity building and what's feasible for a city of that scale and that size. ULI, one of our other California chapters, just completed one with the city of Needles on the border of Nevada, which is also, a smaller, more rural town. So the benefit of ULI as a national organization is that we can always, ask our peers at other chapters who, if they have any specific recommendations that we should bear in mind as we would continue to, work with you on determining what the right fit is for San Juan Bautista.
So then you would also pay particular attention to the architecture that's specific for our little mission town. I mean, I know we're a city, but I consider us more of a town. So you're also looking at the current architecture and structures that are in place on our main street, because I envision that if we did go ahead and hire you all, that our main concerns would be the Third Street, and it looks like Second, which includes the state park and the mission. So your staff is particularly trained in historic buildings and preservation?
Yeah, so each panel is completely different. Each tap is completely different. We choose panelists based on the city and the tap scope. So if your tap would require somebody with that historic preservation knowledge, we would find a panelist with that background to be on the panel. We currently have one that we're working on with the city of Oakland, and it is across from City Hall, and it has historic landmark designation in the area. So we have somebody with a historic landmark background, preservation background.
The city of Vacaville also dealt with their historic downtown and looking at the unique challenges that historic buildings face with attracting new tenants. So that could be another, if you're interested in looking at other reports, Vacaville was a good one. And that was Ruth Todd with Page and Turnbull, who was the panelist actually in both of these cases.
So with that being said, my last question or concern is that the stakeholders, I know you want to talk to business owners, and I can imagine there's other, the state park representatives, the California Mission representatives, but the actual owners of the brick and mortar historic buildings downtown, would you engage those building owners?
Yeah, so typically for the stakeholder list, we work with the city, whether it be the planning department or economic development department. We work with the city to come up with that stakeholder list, and we really lean on the city to decide who those stakeholders are. We do not choose the stakeholders since you are the experts in your own city. We are an objective third party. So the city would decide who is relevant for us to speak with.
So do you see value in talking to the actual property owners, or would you let the city reach out to them after you do your assessment? Because that's one thing to talk face to face and maybe give them some real, direct feedback. Because sometimes, we just assume that people buy a historic property and they may not know all the particulars of what it takes to maintain their property. And that's the problem I see happening in our little town.
Councilmember, it's actually the other direction where we, especially in the stakeholder interviews, we do 90% of the listening. So it's more we want to understand what's going on from their point of view. At that point, we're probably not advising them directly. We're not suggesting. We really need to understand as much as possible about your community. We do a lot of prep work in advance, but to talk to government officials and business owners and property owners and community volunteers, it all feeds into our understanding. So it's really a listening mode. To that point, it's all that information is also taken down anonymously. Like we know who said what, but by the time it gets documented, it's synthesized and it's not attributed to any one individual, because we want everyone to, it only serves you and your community if everyone can be as honest as possible. Now, someone being honest on what they think doesn't necessarily make them factually correct, but it's important to understand what everyone's thinking. But we try and make it as safe for them to speak freely because we're going to make everything anonymous, but that also helps us understand when we turn around and make recommendations to you, we can either talk to you about, factual things or policies or talking about the physical state of buildings, but we can also let you know the impressions that people have, which may or may not be factual, but it's a point of view and a perception.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation. The questions that I had were answered with Councilmember Aranda's questioning. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. I am going to open it up to public comment. If you guys will hang around for a few more minutes, and all of y'all have, 0 seconds. We're done. Meeting adjourned. I'm just kidding. Public comment.
Karavank.
No sense of humor out there anymore. Hi, Cara. Welcome.
Thank you, Karavank. With all due respect to the Urban Land Institute, we really don't need more reports. We have been through this so many times. Charrettes, experts coming in. We've been assessed so many times by experts and provided with recommendations, et cetera, et cetera. It's a waste of money. And as Councilmember Aranda mentioned, we don't have the money to implement any of this. If this is $30,000, we should take that money and use it as incentives to bring in appropriate businesses and incentives to help prevent closures. This would be another waste. We have been through this so many times. And some of you are newer. I've been here for 26 years. I've been in so many of these particular whatever you want to call it, assessments, and expended so much energy. We as people who live here, we expend a lot of energy working with these people and giving them our ideas, but it always ends up at a dead end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Ponce.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Hello, whatever. I just have a number one question for Claire is, are you a big advocate of town hall meetings? I've been studying this idea of inviting TAP and ULI to our town. And I propose that we have a town hall meeting here in San Juan with our residents that have been here for a while, and our new residents. I believe we know what we need. And I'm thinking that a town hall meeting with ideas, if you guys come in, we give you our ideas of what we need and you match our ideas. You take some of our ideas, I'm sure you're going to have your own ideas, but more ideas are better than just a few. I know that you mentioned a lot of cities and they're all bigger. Brisbane's 4,800 people, Orinda's 19,000, Santa Elena is 5,400, Needles 49, Dublin 42,000. We're a small town. And again, like Councilman Aranda said, you come up with some great ideas. How are we going to pay for it? We got 2,200 people here that we divide all our costs by. I don't know. I can't see spending $30,000 on this. Like Cara said, hey, we can spend $30,000 on a nice town hall meeting and have a lunch too, and still have some money left over. We have ideas here in town. We know what we need. We just need to figure out how to get it done. And I think if we work together, put our heads together, we can get it done. Those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Morris Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Aranda.
Whatever.
I don't know.
No, other than that, no comment. Thank you again for the presentation. It was great.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Again, I really did appreciate the presentation. I do think we would benefit from this. I just don't think it makes financial sense for us. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your patience and your time and the presentation. I think it's an amazing concept. Find us money. So our next move as a council is to, one, we received the presentation, and two, direct staff regarding potential next steps, including funding opportunities, strategic partnerships on future TAP applications for the downtown corridor. So next steps. Anybody?
If and when there is a donation or grant funding for
Yeah, I was
this,
gonna say if we find money.
I'm game. If it means dipping into our CIP or any other budgets, I would say no.
Yeah. Did you have a comment, city manager?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to the Urban Land Institute of San Francisco for coming and giving the presentation and for visiting San Juan and checking out our little town. It's I really appreciate the effort that you guys have put in, and staying super late tonight to go over it that's not a huge, it's a huge ask. And we really appreciate that. So thank you so much. And then to the council, Councilmember Sabathia took the words right out of my mouth on finding funding and bringing it back at a future date if funding ever becomes available. It's not a decision that you guys need to make. It's something we said we were going to explore, and we've done that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, our direction would be then to, if we find $30,000, to work with this. Again, super grateful that you stayed as late as you did for this. An amazing opportunity for us and any other city that chooses to work with you. And we do appreciate you taking a look at our fair little city and thinking that there's hope for us. We appreciate you. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Our next regular meeting is, we are going to push informal items as it is after 10 o'clock. So our next regular scheduled meeting is Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. We didn't bring anything back for the end of the month, correct? Correct. Perfect. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Councilmember Aranda, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes. It is, I don't see the time now.
10:07.
10:08.